That's fixed it. Yes, right. That's got my sound working. Stupid sound not working and changing in a second. I have all sorts of fun games. Okay, so let's reset adventure cards and get a console error. Interesting. That's a new one on me. Reset your bennies. At least that didn't give us an error message. So, welcome one and all yet again to mash up of Vaesen and Rippers, and we shall see what interesting things happen today, if anything. And we'll see if my internet craps out again. It likes doing that lately, it would appear. So, hopefully it won't, and I won't be talking to myself for 5 minutes wondering what's going on. But anyway, okay. And there's this one set. I do believe this is winter this time. It's all meant to be cold and snowy, and I could have done some lovely snow effects. But again, real life has meant I haven't had as much fun and tasks to prep as I would like. But we'll see what happens. Why did that unshare? Why did that share? I didn't mean to share that. How do I unshare it? Ah, that's probably just showing I've edited it. Sorry. Right. So it's quite straightforward. It's you're basically at the lodge in Uppsala, and things have since the summer things have been relatively back to normal, and all the fun the games you had there. And when you receive a letter, it's signed. It appears to have been delivered. The postmark on it appears to indicate that it's come from the hospital, but it's signed from Linnea, who is one of the original founding members of your lodge, your society, as it were. She's been retired for a few years now due to ill health and things like that. But you do receive a letter from her. Basically, dear friends, I would be very grateful if you would visit me at a hospital at your earliest convenience, where I've had to readmit myself following a particularly difficult period. It is a matter of great urgency, and I must ask that you prepare for a longer journey. Yours truly, Linnea. The thing you note with concern is that the letter is written in shaky and barely legible scroll. I certainly couldn't read the original artwork version. I'm glad I have the text version. But there we have it. So,
well, I guess given who it is, we would head for the hospital. I'm presuming you meant like mental hospital.
No, normal medical hospital. She's. Oh, sorry, I tell a lie. Yes, it is the Uppsala Asylum. Sorry. You're Benny. Did you see something better than the GM did? Yeah, you move through the snowy streets of Uppsala, past the children skating icing on the river, and beggars slowly freezing to death. The asylum seems dark and foreboding. As an orderly guides you to Linnea's room, you can hear both wells of anguish and the wind whistling through the corridors. Even indoors, it is cold enough for water to freeze overnight. You're received by Linnea in a small room lit by a single candle. She invites you to sit down and apologizes for not offering you something to eat or drink. She seems unusually tired and concerned compared to other times you have seen her.
Well, Dorothea being a medical.
That's what I'm just thinking here. Maybe I need to speak with her a little bit privately alone and find out what is going on.
Well, indeed. Any attempt to try to talk to her along those lines basically gets her slightly more annoyed. Fluster's going, no, don't have time for that. We don't have time for tea or cake or anything like that. And she thrusts a letter at you, Dorothea.
Okay, well then I will take the letter and read it, and I'll look at everybody else and just kind of try to make sure everybody else is staying calm here and not.
Indeed.
No panic required.
Little Lily, you barely remember me, do you? The years have fluttered by like butterflies, and I shall soon turn 70, but who is counting? I wish the purpose of this letter was to renew our special connection, which I have missed dearly, and I would like to see you to discuss the strange events that occurred at Gillen Cruise so many years ago. And although it is also true, I write to you regarding another matter. Lily, I need your help. The situation is very dire indeed, or I would not have had the nerve to contact you. I assume that you are still living in Uppsala. Surely you have not abandoned our beloved city. Anyway, I'm currently located in Mule, a small fishing village to the south. My friends and I are staying at the Mule Seaside Hotel. You must come and help us, Lily. Bring all the weapons, tools, and strange items you can find. Anything might prove useful. Until then, my friends and I are stuck in the hotel. This is a mess of our own making, but nevertheless, despite everything, I ask for your help. Love, yours, hopefully, dearest Oggo. And as I say, the letter is penned by someone with a glorious handwriting style. It's beautiful, but fairly legible to us. But back then, it would be recognised as very, very nice style of calligraphy.
Well, Glenda will whisper to Dorothea, perhaps the best thing we can do for her right now is put her anxiety to rest and ease her mind.
Yes.
By dealing with this on her behalf, and then once we get back and can assure her that it's been taken care of.
So I lean forward and I pat her on the hand and I say, we have this under control.
She smiles. She smiles and said, "I knew I could count on you. Thank you. You're good. You're good. You're good people. I knew the society is in safe hands with people like you involved.
Leave it to us. And we'll try and have a more pleasant, casual sort of visit for a short period of time.
Mm-hmm.
Try and change the subject a little bit. Maybe
I'm going to ask her a little bit about Olga, because Olga indicated they had a past relationship.
Basically, it would appear that Olga appears to have been a former member of the society back in the earlier days when Linnea and the other founders set up the place. She wasn't one of the founders, but she was one of the first sort of recruits. But she seems to sort of be reluctant to talk about certain events, and reading between the lines, you get the impression that there may have been some sort of issue or scandal of some description, and Olga had to leave the society. Usually, the reason people leave the society, obviously, is possibly going, well, other than the standard ones of sort of gripping psychosis and obviously death. The only other one is sometimes is people may sort of use use informational knowledge that you sometimes come across for purposes other than other than destroying it, as it were. So it's quite possible she found something and was basically using it for her own ends or her own means or something along those lines, or maybe she just left. But Linnea seems to get a bit more concerned and distressed as you try and press her on it, and she definitely gets the impression that she will not talk. Other that she does not give you any more that they were close friends, but Olga chose to leave the organisation 20 years ago. Have notice checks, please. I don't think any of you got hearing problems, so it's such a straightforward notice check.
Sorry, that was notice? Okay.
Yes.
I didn't quite catch that. All right. I didn't notice what you were saying.
All three of you actually, as she's saying that about, you do actually get you do pick up very, very subtle. She obviously does it without thinking about it and wasn't consciously trying to give anything away. But she definitely, when she talks about her friend leaving the organisation 20 years ago, she does sort of trail off. She crosses herself, and you do hear her saying something that it does sound like, you're not certain because she was very much muttering, whispering it, witchcraft. As I say, very much to herself.
Well,
Add that in.
I'll press her with one more question: Is can we trust this woman?
I have. She goes. Well, she may have been. She may have become She may have been misguided in her youth, but I don't have any. But she was a good friend, and if I was, I would have already left if I was in a state to go. And I I wish I did not have to rely on younger, more capable individuals than myself, especially at this trying time. But I would trust her with my life. Obviously,
Yeah,
she's
and
talking about her friend
add
from
her
20 years ago.
comment, add her witchcraft comment to the "This is a mess of our own making." I'm wondering about demon summoning.
I was going to ask if either occult or common knowledge would perhaps be able to dig back into the past and remember if there was some type of an event this 20 years ago that we could connect, that we're aware of.
You've certainly got time to. Obviously, you've certainly got time because you've got to prepare. You certainly will have time to sort of go back to the archives and do some sort of research. You
Research,
can
okay.
research histories, and you may well want to see if you've got anything. You can find anything about town. That's the. I can't remember if it's a town or village. Actually, I know that sounds silly, but I think it's more a village, isn't it, than a town? Mule. Staying at the located in Mule, a small fishing village. Yeah, it's in South Sweden. Apparently, well, from you gather by the way it says in the south. But yeah, so you definitely can research in the archives and see if there's anything to find there. And what was your question, Blender? Oh, about I forgot
About
already.
trusting the woman. I'm not going to say anything about it, but the fact that she comments in her letters that this is a problem of their own making
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
makes me wonder after this left how this woman was using the knowledge she acquired through
I
the
will.
society.
Yeah, will allow a common knowledge roll about for what you. Obviously, you'll get a chance to. Um, oh, there we go. Castle Gellenkreuz. It's an interesting one. None of you have ever heard or noticed anything in the archives or anything about it, which could only mean one thing. It was probably something went very bad there, and it's there. It either went very bad, and even it's obviously there are meant to be rumored secret vaults that that only the founders have access to, or maybe it's just something that was never reported for some reason here or there. But you definitely don't recognise the name, which implies that there's obviously some dark histories going on somewhere, but may or not be related to this at all. All I know is there's nothing in the adventure about it. But yeah, so that is also maybe a cause of concern. It's like one of those. Yeah, it's like in many of these things. It's either so top secret you're not supposed to know about it, or it was so bad that it was never officially reported in the archive and stored in the archives.
Or they buried it because it's so bad they don't want anybody to ever know about this.
Exactly. It could be they uncovered something so dangerous that people, if they don't want anyone.
You want rumors to leak out.
Exactly. Yeah. So, but obviously that may well at the same time, if it was that bad, that may well explain why Linnea has this feels she can trust someone she hasn't seen for 20 years, as it were, possibly because of something that happened in the past. No.
Well, once we're away from Linnea,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to mention to the others that we realize we're not going to find out anything, that probably the best thing to do is to make our way to this, what is it? Can't remember the name of the town. With, haste and, come as equipped as we can, but be cautious about even letting this woman know what we have with us, because again, she's been gone for 20 years and we don't know what happened at the other place, and until we have a better chance to assess the situation. I consider Olga herself to be suspect.
Agreed.
Do we have access to special equipment?
Yes. Well, it's an interesting question. Did they classify as stat? Well, let's have a look. Logically speaking, you should have access to anything listed in under equipment tab. So you've got your armor, your weapons, your ammunition, and your gear. Yeah. So yeah. Special equipment is usually code words for the stuff for dealing with occult or supernatural items, if that makes sense. It's a sort of more of a code phrase that people put into standard letters, if that makes sense. When special equipment's mentioned, it usually means something out of the norm, unnatural may be happening. But yeah, so anything that's in the sort of under the equipment section, so obviously your armor, weapons under the in the equipment shepherd of the player's guide is, if there's anything there, you can certainly request it. Request it. You'll have some stores there, so you'll probably be able to do it. Up to and including Rumkoff's apparatus, which is an incredibly interesting looking thing. But whether you really want to strap that on your back and wander around with, it's up to you. I'm sure there's definitely not many problems about that voltaic cell strapped to your back. I wouldn't worry about it at all. Just to generate light. Why, is there anything in particular you're after?
Well, I was just going to kind of look through and see if there was anything special that might catch our eye as something we might want against witches and or demons.
So
I mean, I'm sure I'll probably take a couple of vials of holy water with us. But otherwise, if unless somebody knows something specific that we need to be aware of, then I guess we can go ahead and just head out. Oh, that's right. We got potions available, don't we? Some potions available.
Oh, you got Dorothea with you. She may well be able to mix up some stuff. Yeah, she might be able to mix up some.
You're going to have to give me a very short synopsis of how that works, because I was wondering about that. Because I've not really played Rippers, and I really haven't had a chance to go through the full rule set. So what can I do? Yeah.
Well, I'm going to grab some lamp oil because we burn witches.
Yeah, that's true.
So I will say is I do believe you can. I do recall you got some stuff that will let you make some dreadful liniment.
Okay.
Which I do recall. That as an extract, so you distilled you basically got some. I can't remember where you got it from, but you did certainly get some flesh that we worked out you could use for dreadful liniment. So you would distill that. So basically, it speeds up recovery from any wounds, not just Ripper surgery. So it's basically like healing potions. It's called dreadful liniment. You, as an extract, you just implant it on you rub it onto the wounds. The way it works is the way it works is basically is you don't actually make the rolls now. It's when you apply it, you make the roll to see how well you made it. What I always thought was an interesting idea. So you don't know if it's any good until the other stuff you also have is you've got some grave brews. So if I share those two with you, you've definitely, I do recall you picked up. You've definitely got a couple of each of those you can make. I'm just looking if there was any others. I can't remember what else you got in the pots. What was the thing last time? It was the poor cat thing, wasn't it?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, the lamp oil is considered a thrown weapon, so
Yes.
yes,
It certainly takes
that
away.
might be useful.
I think, to be honest, that's really all you've managed to pick up, I'm afraid.
Okay. Take it anyway.
Oh, hang on. I take it back. Body. Yeah. I'll give you that one as well. You were able to extract some fluid from the adrenal gland of that creature, the remains of that cat from the church, which basically will allow you to. So those are the three you can apply. You've got one of I forgot, I've closed it already, so I can't remember which one it was. But you've got one of the last one, the adrenal gland, and you've got two extracts of the others. As I say,
Okay.
So if you want to apply those to people, all you do at that point is, hang on, I've closed it myself. Let me open it up again so I can understand it. Rippertech. Yeah, the adrenal acceleration. So basically the modifier box is what the modifier is to your Rippertech roll.
Okay.
So the idea is when you extracted the basically when you were making the extracts and the concoctions, that's deciding how well you did it at the time. As far as you're concerned, they're perfectly fine. But when you apply them, that's when you make the Rippertech roll with the modifier, and then we find out if you actually botch something up or not. That's basically that's how it works.
Okay. So all right. So it's almost like a power roll. It's for
Yes,
for these things.
exactly.
Okay.
Very much. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if you look at the player's guide under Rippertech, the extracts section, the third paragraph talks about how you prepare it and so forth. And pretty much anything that is Rippertech, unless it says implant only, can become an extract.
Yeah. I'll just give you the links if you want to have a read. So you don't necessarily really need to. As I say, I just thought Rippers was a nice logical savage setting to fit these adventures into, if that makes sense. So it's not pure Rippers in the traditional Rippers. I find unfortunately Rippertech is very much limiting in one shots. It's very much Rippers definitely works in that regard better as a campaign. I think, except for the extracts, which is why Dorothea's got the ability to do the extracts. But
all right, cool.
And if I was doing proper Rippers adventures, I may well give the ability to rip people up in the middle of it, but and we may do that one day. But anyway, yes. So any other equipment or any research you want to do about the past or anything about your location or anything else before you head out?
Well, that's what I wanted to do, was do some research and find out if there's any what exactly am I looking for, and any indication of this woman as well, her past.
Okay, let's have a research roll from yourself. What about Blender and Rutter? Do you guys want to do anything? You can Benny that, of course.
Not yet. I'm gonna save the bennies. I know I'm gonna need them.
I wanna check the newspapers to see if there's been any reports of some strange goings on in this town we're headed for.
Okay,
This fishing village.
That's certainly that'll be a research role, because you get copies of the newspapers sent to the society every day.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
Oh, so, that's annoying. I've got lots of useful information, but well, you'll just have to go in blind. But that does leave Rut.
I'll tell Rut to help me go through these newspapers because there's stacks of them.
Okay, Rut can help. Oh, look at that.
He sure
Rut
can.
finds everything. You were in the wrong stack.
Okay. Well, in fact, actually, I'm going to say with a research role that good, not only does Rut find a newspaper article about possible sin in Buell, which was in actually, funny enough, actually, that was actually in today's newspaper. It would appear, apparently, in today's news, apparently. But actually, what is also interesting is Rupp finds some in an older newspaper something, an article which is cross-referenced, and then he sends him on a convoluted trail through the archives, and he finds a 50-year-old list of society activities, describing the magical energies resting inside something called the Hill. So, for the Sin in Mule, for the past 2 years, the remote fishing village of Mule in the northwestern Skane has been torn by conflict over the hotel that has opened there. Tourists, mainly Danish and German, are encouraged to engage in mixed-gender bathing at the beaches, something that the locals are very much against. That's quite scandalous. Our reporter, Elas Ragnar, has visited the so-called Heart of Sin in Northern Europe, a small community at the tip of the rocky area known as the Hill in the south of Sweden. Here in Mule, Katarina Johansson runs a successful seaside hotel frequented by tourists from far away. Katarina, I should say, tells us, here on the Hill, Europe's cultural and intellectual elite meet for refreshing baths and relaxing walks in a spectacular landscape. My business is about to lead Mule into the next century. Many local representatives have less positive views of the hotel, especially Katarina's decision to let women and men frequent the same beaches at the same time. Scandalous. Chaplain Algot Kransvik describes it as a very unfortunate and ill-advised project that is causing strife and promoting sinful lifestyles, while the fisherman's wife, Anja Svensson, says she is forced to see gentlemen in suspenders and ladies in corsets, which is a sad reminder of our morality. In any case, your dear reporter Elias is enjoying a cold bath in the crisp waters of the North Sea, and the view on the Hill is spectacular indeed. So there you go, scandalous stuff. And the occult heritage of the Hill, comprehensive studies of the region have unearthed a folk tale regarding the genesis of the mountain itself, where the farmers and fishermen believe the Hill to be the creation and thoroughly imbued with supernatural energies. Supposedly, these forces caused the ground to rise from the first clay like volcanic rock from the sea. It is said there are caves and ravines where supernatural energies dwell, waiting for humans and animals to be used as vessels for their manifestation into the world. It is also said that a family is blessed with a site that has watched over the Hill for centuries to protect its energies from taking physical form and indulging in all sorts of destructive urges. My personal studies failed to locate the family in question, on which the myth of the so-called Hillmen is based, or any form of the Vaesen. But I did face strong tendencies towards the sublime and abstract, with a strained aptitude for seeing the unseen and creating the uncreated. It seems to me that this part of the South should be strictly monitored. Perhaps a smaller headquarters should be established in the area. Brother Johann Tranner, member and first excavator of the society. Obviously, no one ever decided to follow up on that. But there you go. Oh, that's because all your tokens have vanished from your character sheets as well. Yep. You know, I'm having lots of fun and games with lately with
virtual tabletops.
Yeah. For some reason, I don't know. Basically, the worst one is actually it totally threw me, and it's basically I've spent so much time trying to work out what the heck is going on with one of the Pathfinder Savage, the Burnt Offerings adventure.
Mm-hmm.
That basically that I was convinced that the module was there was a problem with the module and everything else, and it's basically I've spent so much time desperately trying to work out why it isn't working and nothing's working in it. Well, this one map is just wrong all the time, and it doesn't matter what I do, I can't make it right. I've spent two whole weeks on it, and it's only on my computer. Everyone else who tested it is absolutely fine. Something on my computer will not show that bloody map. I've wasted so much time on it. It keeps showing doors as walls for some reason. So, and that's the one you're currently in at the moment. You know, the Catacombs of Wrath. It has been driving. It's made me quite angry, which is quite appropriate, I suppose. But anyway, Pathfinder's off to QA now, so we'll see what happens. Anyway, any other things to do before you head out on your long journey southwards?
Nope, I think we accumulated whatever information.
Yep.
Although I'm adding that, given Blenda's backstory, I'm adding this information up to something that I have all kinds of suspicions now going.
Okie dokie.
I make sure I got plenty of lamp oil.
Sounds good to me. Okay, so Linnea has helped plan your trip and brought tickets with her own money, and she's written to Olga and told her to meet you in Buell. Early in the morning, you gather at Upstar, the train station. The darkness lies heavy on the city, but the snow reflects the light from the station's gas lamps and illuminates the area around you. When the train rolls, its cars are covered in snow, and upon boarding, you find the compartments are not even heated. The only refuge from the cold is the dining car, and virtually all the passengers gather there. A count by the name of Christian Granef purchases the entire train stock of punch and generously offers it free of charge. After a couple of hours, the mood turns merry. Someone takes out an accordion and people spontaneously start to dance between the tables until the conductor finally has had enough and silences the car by dropping a silver platter on the floor and announcing that music may only be played in the rear cars where animals are kept. Charming. In the afternoon, you reach the town of Helsingborg in southern Sweden. It is getting dark and there is a sleepy atmosphere in the dining car. After disembarking at the Helsingborg train station, you learn that your connection to Höganäs is more than an hour late. You pass the time wandering through the empty streets of the city. Freezing gales sweep in from the sea, and you make your way through. Freezing gales sweep in from the sea and make their way through your clothes. Once you finally get moving, you are more than a little late. An old steam locomotive pulls the cars along the coast and up the slopes of the hill, and finally arrives in Höganäs. From there, you travel by stagecoach through the spectacular landscape, which you barely glimpse through the impenetrable darkness. As you reach the station south of Buell, tired, hungry and cold and very late, the coachman drops you off at a place marked with a black painted post. Olga is nowhere to be seen, and soon your clothes are covered by falling snow. Ooh, good stuff, really.
So
Cool.
we need to make our way to this seaside hotel. That's where she said they were staying.
Well, actually, Linnea told Olga to meet you where you are, but yeah.
Yeah, but since we
Yes.
were really seriously delayed and they probably didn't wait, our best choice is to go to the seaside hotel and ask for them.
Indeed.
Yeah, and in
Indeed.
addition, they said that they were stuck in the hotel until this was resolved. So there may be something else going on that stopped them from coming to. Linnea said come meet them, but they may not have been able to. So
Very much so. I thought I'd add some weather appropriate snow to the area. So obviously you've just arrived at the stagecoach station, which is, as you can see, south of the village of Mule. Okay, so
Yeah. What's the scale on this map?
do you know?
Just-
There is
Like- Like from the stagecoach station to the village, like what sort of a walk are we looking at? 5 minutes, an hour and a half? It's
Oh
hard to
no!
tell.
I mean, that is the stagecoach station for the village, so I would say it's probably a 5-minute walk.
Oh, okay.
It's in this cold weather, it's possibly 10, but normally it's probably a 5-minute walk.
Okay.
So, yeah. So basically, yeah. Basically, you need to grab your luggage and walk into the village. Actually, pretty much, yeah. So you obviously
We're a pretty sturdy lot.
indeed.
Well, being a Canadian living in the Canadian snow belt, trust me, when there's 40 centimeters of snow on the ground, it's not an easy walk, no matter what you're wearing.
I live in Michigan.
Okay, you've seen a couple of snowfalls.
Yeah, one or two.
My only experience of proper snow like that was, I think it might have been Bryce Canyon actually. We got there after the coldest winter, and obviously it was May, and there was still snow on the ground, and I just there was a lot of snow, and I remember I just thought I'll be walking, and I'm in my boots, and I'm walking along, and then 1 second I'm fine, and the next step I'm up to me groin deep in snow with one leg, the other leg sort of still hanging out. It's like, okay. It's the only time I see why people need snow boots.
When we were a kid moved up to this little bitty town in the backwoods from the south. So the first snowfall, he was like freaking out. Oh my God, because it was a heavy one. We don't, oh, you haven't seen anything yet. It's going to get so deep. You have to tunnel between the houses. Actually, we've come close to that a few winters. We get shut down every so often.
I've been again sometimes just when it gets really some unlucky with weather. We were in Sicily, and Mount Etna was still one side of Mount Etna was erupting, so you couldn't get over that side, and the other side was the whole thing was still covered in snow, and we were walking along, but it was like they're all skiing up there and everything, but it's compacted snow, so it's really solid stuff. And we're walking along, and I suddenly realised that we were standing on the roof of a building. It was only a single-story building, but the snow was that deep. It was we were standing on the roof of the shed, and when you got to the where the cable cars were taking up people for the ski lodging, the snow had completely buried the ground floor. So and you were walking in and out onto the first floor of the building. Crazy stuff. But anyway. You grab your luggage and you start the walk into the village. As you come around the corner of the stagecoach station, you see an oil lamp burning on the ground. A couple of meters away lies a body. The snow all around the body is red.
I hope this wasn't the person coming to meet us.
I hope not too. I'm immediately at the side of the body and assessing if there's any hope here.
Okay. The body appears to be a woman of advanced years, probably in her late 70s. Something has cut her open from her genitals to her chest and basically appears to have removed her entrails.
So this would be about Olga's age, right?
Indeed. I'm afraid it's very unpleasant, and you need to all make fear checks. Just the fact that when you realise that they haven't been removed, it looks like the entrails have been eaten. But obviously you're made of stern stuff, so you're fine. None of you are nauseated by the fact.
And Blenda, being a hunter type, while he's checking out the body, is going to be searching around the area for tracks.
Okay. That would be a survival roll. Dorothea, if you may want to do a healing roll to examine the body. And Rut, if there's anything you want to do.
Mutter about getting snow on his shoes.
Okie dokie. Blender, the snow appears to have covered all the tracks of both the victim and the killer. And Dorothea, well,
I'm just looking to see if I have any skills that could help me on this, just because or edges, I should say. Surgeon, help me. I haven't internalized all these different edges yet.
I will actually say yes. I'll let surgeon give you a +1 bonus in this regard, because obviously it's very much like an autopsy thing. So I'll allow that. The body's still warm, which means which means, given the temperature and everything, that the victim, who you do believe we shall call, we'll go until we know otherwise, was killed no more than half an hour ago. In your opinion, the body was opened with a single cut from below by someone with inhuman strength. The wound is irregular and seems to have been made by a large number of sharp objects. Most of the entrails appear to have been eaten by some sort of creature with long and sharp front teeth.
All right. Well, is there any indication of whether this might have been just a wild animal attack? We don't know the area. It's a pretty
multiple
rural area.
sharp objects could be some really razor sharp claws.
Yeah.
You're not aware
Like-
of any animal that would be able
Like
to.
Cat or something like that. Cat.
As I say, it's well.
As a hunter, I'd probably recognize most animal
Yeah.
attacks. And here's the other thing that, as a hunter, I would, go, it's odd that it only ate the entrails, because a random animal would, be eating the flesh.
Everything else, yes. Yeah. This area is mostly wolves and the odd bear. There's not any big cats that you know of, no.
Okay. So this is something not so natural.
Stronger than human, anyway, to cause the initial single cut. Literally, basically cut. Literally, just basically in a single cut, sliced the poor woman.
Okay, given what we know, because we are part of Rippers, would we recognize this as a potential for Ripper Tech? Having done this, whoever.
Well, that's a good point.
human.
It is a good point. Inhuman strength can be someone who's been augmented with Ripper Tech. And obviously multiple sharp objects again could well be embedded, implanted claws. So you could be looking for someone made inhumanly strong and have sharp claws. So so it is equally likely it could be man-made, but it's not someone who's stronger than normal. Yes.
But even then, Ripper Tech is not natural, so
No,
it's still
exactly.
supernatural.
Yeah.
With my edge grim fatalism, is there any way is there any other clues I might glean from this if I use I guess it's an occult roll, right? That it adds +2 to occult rolls concerning such creatures like vampires and werewolves. And...
Yes, certainly you can certainly make an occult roll.
Okay.
With the +2 bonus, which we can factor in. Doesn't, in your opinion, the attack, it doesn't gel with anything that you would think about werewolf attacks or vampire attacks. Obviously, vampires don't tend to eviscerate foes. They just basically drink the blood, and then obviously that's it. And werewolf attacks would not be so sort of organized. You'd expect more wounds, and werewolves as a rule don't tend to eat the entrails. It's very much more frenzied, and then they'll just take some of the. If they're hungry, they'll eat some of the corpse. But this strikes. It seems a little more precise than a sort of what you'd think of as a werewolf attack.
Okay.
Vampires wouldn't just leave the body lying around as well, as 9 times out of 10, unless they were trying to intimidate people. You know what I mean? They're a little more subtle about things. But yeah. So. But it would appear that Olga left the hotel to meet you at Linnea's request, and something happened to her.
Is there anything on the body identifying the body? Any type of?
I will say you do find
personal belongings.
You do find Linnea's letter, which it does allow you to identify the body as Olga.
Okay. So we have confirmed. All right.
Well, let's go ahead and go to the inn. We'll see if we can find a constable or something. to report the death.
Mhm.
But at the very least, we need to get in out of the cold.
Indeed. Well, yeah, so so it's the Mule Seaside Hotel's probably the closest you'll get, because otherwise it's a small fishing village. So you'd either if you look at your choices of accommodation, is you go door to door to see if you can find someone who's got a room and will rent a room to you, or basically a hotel. I suppose are your two choices.
And she did mention she had friends at the hotel that she was staying there with.
She did. So she did. Yeah, you do know. It was said that she had friends at the hotel. So you'll probably feel the best. Your probably best bet is to head to the Seaside Hotel.
So we'll head that way.
So you continue.
Oh, wait. Blenda is not going to leave the body here.
Okay.
I have to remove my find something to wrap her in so we can take the body with us. I'm not leaving an unattended body.
Okay, no problem at all. You can you can rig up a sort of, I can't think what you call them, the things you drag behind you.
Travois.
Travois.
Yeah, thank you. You can certainly rig one of those up to bring the body back with you, and certainly as you finish the walk towards the village proper, you just get the impression that there's things moving out in the dark. It's probably just nightlife, owls, foxes, things like that, but you can't help shake the feeling something might be stalking you. But it's just maybe given everything that's just happened, it's perfectly understandable. So as you basically so give you a bit of background. The hill is a peninsula in northwestern Skye. It's basically some bedrock. It's risen up from the land. It forms high cliffs and little bays with lots of little beaches along the coast. Further inland, the landscape's more dramatic with crevasses, caves, ravines, and the whole area is covered by a dense deciduous forest that harbours a great variety of fauna. Apparently, it's a very good place for hunting. So, Blenda will be happy. Small farms are found here and there, and the tip of the peninsula stands the Hill Lighthouse. There is roughly so it's basically there is roughly 5 kilometers between Mule and the hill. So I thought that map was the hill, and a path has been laid out for the sake of tourists. So I'd say it's 5 kilometers from Mule. So if we say it's 5 kilometers from Mule to the lighthouse, which is 33. So possibly a bit longer of a walk. Mule consists of roughly 100 buildings constructed in a semicircle around the harbour. Most of them are wooden gingerbread style houses, 1.5 stories tall, with a small top floor being used as a bedroom. The buildings climb the steep slope, and 10 lavish villas have recently been built at the top. Apparently, you notice as you get into town. In the centre of the village lies, there is an inn, the Mule Inn, a large wooden 2-story building where food and drink, by the sound of things, are being served as you walk through. To the south of the village, so one of the first things you see is the chapel, a small church building of whitewashed stone with a hilly, rocky graveyard that gradually transitions into wilderness. And that's basically so as you're coming out, the first thing you see is the chapel, and then you get into the town proper, and you can see the inn and the buildings, and then obviously you've got the villas along the coast. But you can see, as I say, you're heading towards the.
It's late at night. Is there any lights on at the chapel?
Not in the chapel, but there is a small stone house next to the chapel.
Then, because it's on our way and we're carrying a body,
Yeah.
And we don't know where anything is in town, I'd like to stop in and ask if we can leave the body in the chapel for safekeeping, and because then it would be protected from evil forces,
Okey-dokey.
in theory.
Yep, that sounds sensible. So knocking at the door sets off a cacophony of what sounds like more than one dog barking in there, and by the sound of things, possibly even a sound of a crow as well. And then the doors opened, and I shall get the information up on him. I've lost it. I've lost my own notes. Dear me. Sorry. Where's he gone? Ooh. That was the wrong. Oh joy! Have I lost my stats on the NPCs? Nope, I was looking in the wrong folder. There we go. So basically, the doors opened by a man in his 50s whose scalp appears to have risen from his hair like a shiny egg-shaped cone. He's wearing his church vestments, and as soon as he opens the door, his hands seem to clasp together, and he seems to smile. He smiles at people at the door, and he looks around, and then realizes he doesn't recognize the three of you, and then he notices the Trevor behind you, and a concerned look comes upon his face, and goes, "Can I help you at all?"
Well, if nobody else does, Belinda will step forward and hold out her hand and introduce herself and say, "We were supposed to meet a friend here at the Seaside Inn or whatever it was, Seaside Hotel. And on our arrival, she wasn't present to meet us, and we started in for town, and just a few feet from the station, we believe it's her, although we had not yet met her face to face. And she's in pretty gruesome condition, of course, not alive. Before we proceeded into the town, first, as a local, perhaps you could confirm her identity for us. And secondly, because there's some suspicious nature of her wounds, I didn't want to leave her out there where wild animals could come back and tear her up further. So we were wondering if you have a place here on the chapel property or within the chapel where we can leave her while we go and see if we can locate her friends or find whatever passes for law and order around here.
Okay, so his look of interest and concerns. You notice his smile falters slightly when you mention the Seaside Hotel, but as you continue the tale of the incident and the finding of the body, the look of concern increases upon his face. He goes, "Oh, of course. Uh, you must all be quite shaken up and cold and shaken by this. Please, come in. I can at least allow me to offer you all a cup of tea." And he says,
First, have you got a place we can place her that isn't like
he goes in. He goes. Yes. He goes back into his. He steps back, and a second later, he's coming back. He steps back out with a thick, warm coat on and holding a large key. And he says, "I think, as you say, putting her in the chapel might be the best bet for the night. It will be cold in there, and it will be secure, and God will protect her." And he leads her. He leads you over round the side to the chapel and unlocks the door and basically allow but with some help pushes a couple of pews together so you can lay the body down in the coat.
And what we're going to do, though, is before we leave here,
recognize her.
He doesn't recognize her.
I'm afraid she might, I suspect she's one of those people that are staying at that sinful hotel. Not that I would wish any ill will to anyone, but I'm afraid that yes, I don't recognize her. I'm afraid she's not local.
Well, we deeply appreciate you keeping her here for us, and when we go back and have tea, I'll offer him some compensation to see to her the care of her body until we can contact relatives to find out, what they want done with her.
Well, yes, it is. This is all a bad business. I suppose we'll have to. We'll have to. No, let me get this right. We'll have to send for the constable. We'll have to send for a constable back from Hognath to investigate this. We'll have to send the message down in the morning, and hopefully the constable will arrive tomorrow.
So with that, after we finish our tea, I'll ask him if he can offer us some directions to this seaside hotel.
Actually, while we are having tea, Rut is going to, I don't want to use the term interrogate, but that's what it's going to boil down to. Wants to ask him about the sinful nature. Is this in regards to the mixed bathing, and what is his opinion of the situation?
Let's see how persuasive you are in getting the chaplain to open up to some strangers. Does anyone wish to assist the? I know you've already rolled, but I will allow it retroactively. There we go. Plus 1, plus 2. That gets you a 9, so you get a success and a raise. Well, let me see. What will we get from? Well, you definitely persuade him that you're not in any way related to the hotel or its owner, and also that you weren't in any way involved with Olga's murder, because obviously you're obviously upright and upstanding individuals. Basically, he. Excuse me a second. I'm intrigued. I'm missing something there. I just need to check something. I'm hoping it's a typo, because it says he quite happily shares information with you about the clues above. But as far as I can tell, the clues are below. So I just want to go back to how it's written in the original book, because it may well be the other way around. Yes. It's the way they did it in the module. They've swapped round the bloody order of things. Okay. Well, when it comes to the hotel, yeah, obviously it's very much about this sort of this thing of having men and women bathing on the same beach at the same time. It's just it's not proper. The impropriety of it and everything else, and it's causing much upset in the village, and it's bringing sin and stuff down. But also, it would appear, though, that is not the only issue that's befallen the hotel. It would appear that in the last week, the owner of the hotel, Katerina Johansson, has gone missing. The chaplain suspects that she's died or is dead. Something unfortunate has happened to her, but he cannot imagine anyone in the village would go so far to harm her. I mean, they may not like the hotel or hate like Katerina, but knowing the village people in the village wouldn't stoop to doing anything so far as actually harming her. Not even the fisherman's wife, Anna Svensson, who absolutely despises the hotel.
Perhaps she met the same fate as our friend back there.
Well, indeed, but which is most worrying, if that means that something is killing women. It's quite disconcerting. I mean, women should be protected.
Have there been any other suspicious deaths in the community over the last several months?
No, none at all. Nothing like this. This is just, but it just goes to show that how in the last 2 years that the immoral activities at that hotel are obviously. Oh, I can suspect is some people have been attracted by the immoral activities at the hotel, and there's some hotel guest who's basically taking debauchement to the next level. It's just the way this world is. It's just so upsetting, really, isn't it?
It is truly horrendous, yes.
Hmm.
Okay, I think that's all we're going to get.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and head to the hotel.
Yeah. Agreed.
Indeed. As he helps you up and everything else, say as he goes, well, I say I'm sure everything will be okay. I say the constable will come and he will sort everything out, and hopefully, if there are miscreants, they will be captured and dealt with, and otherwise, the hill man will put things right. So, thank you very much.
The Hillman?
He goes, yes, sure. Yes, certainly. Yes. Well, yes. I mean, well, the light. Basically, it's the Hillman. For centuries, the Lightkeeper has been an important figure for the village. In legends, he's called the Hillman, and it is his job to watch over the hill. Magnus London is the current Hillman, and yes, we could have been. That's an interesting topic. Could have been. We could have that incident last year could have caused some problems, but fortunately, I was able to intervene, and therefore, everything was sorted out.
Incident last year?
Well, yes. Just curious about what it should say. It's interesting some of the typos in this. What's over the hill and centuries. Yeah. So basically, the gist of it is apparently the current Lightkeeper, Magnus London, hates the hotel as more than anyone. And last summer, he apparently was caught trying to burn the place down. The authorities in Helsingborg intervened, and the only reason Magnus was not convicted, you can tell the chaplain's quite proud as he's telling this tale. The only reason Magnus was not convicted was that the chaplain himself put in a good word for him, and the priest explains that his actions ensured that there we are, jailed and convicted, not charred and convicted. Yeah, had Magnus been jailed and convicted, the London family would not have been able to continue this legacy of protecting the hill. People around here take story in stuff like that, even if local legends are reassuring to some people. So we had to make sure that the Hillman was able to keep his post at the lighthouse.
If the constable is unable to resolve this situation, how would the Hillman be able to do so?
Well, like I say, it's just what the locals will believe. So, but as I say, well, it's just local legends. I find them all quite fascinating and interesting in their own right, after all. But yes, the locals believe that the Hillman is ordained to protect the hill from all evils.
Okay, very interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And it says, "I shall. We shall pray for the body of this poor woman who obviously came here came here with possibly sinful intentions because of the way she was staying.
At her age?
At
her age. Do you really feel that she came here with sinful intentions?
Well, if she chose to
The
play
woman is easily 70 years of age.
Sin will take many forms, young lady. Sorry, but no one deserved to die no one ever deserves to die before their time, and I cannot even comfort myself thinking this was God's will, because I do not believe that is the case in this individual. In this, I will only hope that the miscreant or miscreants will be brought to justice. And if we're really lucky, maybe it will cause the hotel to have to close. But that would be that is not of major concern right now. All that matters is the well-being and safety of the villagers and anyone else here. But thank you, Ed. I hope that you do not bump into any more misfortunes, and I'm always here if you need to talk about your concerns or anything like that.
Thank you very much, Father.
Okay, that brings you into the town proper.
As we're walking along and we're away from the chaplain, I want to point out to the others, this could be a cult, or this could be somebody as the guys of a cult to drive out an unwanted business.
It could be.
They find this is much more mundane than we were led to believe.
And again, this vigilante lightkeeper, if he's a big and strong man, perhaps he would have been strong enough to achieve this. Although there was some evidence that it looked like those entrails may have actually been consumed. And that's a little bit disturbing. And not very mundane.
Would a cult tell us if there's any belief systems we're familiar with that believe that consuming the entrails confer power?
Yeah, so give it a go. You do know of certain ideas and rituals that basically consuming the flesh of your victim, it does in some forms impart powers into you. Quite a few. It has been believed in quite a few different cultures and things like that. Whether it's specifically in trails or not, Dorothea, you're not sure. But Blended, it doesn't seem to be ever really sort of you're not aware of any sort of explicit instructions on what parts of the person to consume, but yeah, there does seem to be this common idea that if you consume the flesh of your foes, you will imbue yourself with some of their power.
See, like the Mohawks, they believed if they ate their enemy's heart, especially a valiant one, it gave them their strength.
Yeah, it does seem to be a fairly common idea.
Okay, to the inn.
Located in the north part of Mule is the newly built and spectacular seaside hotel. You can see it as you get further north. It's a white wooden 3-story building with gingerbread detailing and towers with parapets. You suspect from where you're looking at the porch will offer a marvelous view of the sea. The red tile roof is laden with snow right now and the windows are covered with ice, and the building appears quiet and empty from this distance. From what you read about it in the newspaper article, the ground floor houses a restaurant, a library, and a lounge, while the 2 upper floors have rooms for guests and staff. Apparently, there's a winding staircase with beautiful carpet and statues at each floor, rising like a spine through the building. And apparently, they also in the article they sort of quoted that their basement was a larder with an ample supply of wine and food. And from the porch, there's long wooden stairways leading down to the bays and the beach. Oh, there's the inn.
Well, we shall go into the inn.
You shall go into the inn. The inn is in the middle of town, I do believe. I seem to recall.
I don't know about you. I'd prefer to stay not at the hotel, because if there's a problem at the hotel, I'd rather be investigating it from outside rather than being inside.
Well,
But
we want to find Olga's friends. She indicated that she was stuck here with friends.
They're in the hotel, supposedly.
but I'm assuming it's very late at night now, right?
Indeed.
So we're not going to start knocking on doors trying to wake people up at 2 a.m. I'm guessing. Or should we be? Do you think we should?
It's probably not gone midnight yet, but it's getting late.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll just ask I'll ask the group here. Do we want to be trying to investigate fairly quietly, or do we want to be obvious so that whomever is going to know that we're here pretty quick?
Is there another inn in town?
There is one inn, and there's an inn, and there's the hotel. The inn is the large wooden 2-story building where food and drink are served. The fact it says it's an inn makes me imply there's rooms there as well. But of course, they don't provide a map of that. They just provide the map of the hotel. But it's an inn, so you must have rooms there. And I can't see why you can't stay there. If you want.
Well, let's go in and see if her friends are waiting for her, perhaps in the lounge or something.
Okay.
And we'll figure out where we're going to stay the night from there.
Well, and here's my thinking on it. If we come in there looking for her friends and explaining we found her body shredded by the station, perhaps that will, the shock and the alarm will cause someone to reveal something they might not otherwise do.
Okay.
The Olga and her friends were staying at the hotel, not the inn.
Okay. Then we'll go to the hotel.
Okay. So as you get to the hotel, as I say, because the porch offers a marvelous view of the sea and the heavy snow and ice all on the buildings. As you enter into the hotel, it seems that only a small part of the house is heated during the winter, and the entire business operations. I like the way they suddenly called it a house. But anyway, as you enter the hotel, it would appear that basically everyone is everyone seems to be still downstairs, because that seems to be where the most, obviously the public areas are where the fires are burning warmest, and there's other people and stuff. So you would be coming in through the porch, and that would get you there indeed. Friendly. Oops, hang on. Let's rescale that map slightly before we do that. Oh yeah, they're quite big. Let's go down to 25, shall we? Yeah, that looks better. You don't actually need the grid on. It's just for token sizing purposes. And I'm not looking the tokens because I don't need to control where you are. And then if I go back to the combat tracker again and drag you on, there we go. So that puts you on the porch, out of the snow at least. And so basically, as you enter into the lounge area, appears to be but people are present at your arrival. So basically, as you enter the place, a woman approaches towards you. She I shall get the details up. Where's she gone? There she is. So she appears to be wearing a sort of, she appears to be dressed in a uniform of sorts. She walks up towards you with a slight timid look on her face. She's got dirty blonde hair, which is being kept in a ponytail, and as she approaches you, and she realizes, almost like she realizes she doesn't recognize you. There's sort of a slight smile on her face, and you get this sense of sort of curiosity and a liking of meeting new people. And but at the same time, you get the impression that she's possibly not had the happiest of backgrounds, because she does seem most timid and jumps at laughter and noises coming from a group of, uh, judging by their accents and the fact they're talking German, that you suspect are some German tourists in the lounge. She turns back and looks at you and smiles smiles a nervous smile at you, a slight twitch on the right side of her face as she goes. Hello, can I help you?
Well, I'll tell her that we're looking for rooms for a few days, but in addition to that, we were supposed to meet a friend here, and I'll give her the name. Could you tell us which room she's in so that we could let her know we've arrived? I'm not going to mention that we believe it's her that we found.
Indeed. You mentioned Olga. Do you know, I can't remember Olga's surname. But anyway, she basically says, "Oh, she's staying on the second floor." Hang on, let's have a look at the map. In fact, actually, she has a suite on the second floor.
Would it be possible? Do you have any rooms available on the same floor? It's rather late tonight, and we'd hate to disturb her, but I'd like to be in to catch
There
her first.
are there are 3 available bedrooms and 2 suites. Unfortunately, you don't have Johan with you, so you could certainly afford the bedroom. The bedrooms are quite the prices are quite a bit steep in your experience, especially for the this time of year and in the middle of nowhere. But you can certainly all afford a bedroom each. But the suites are beyond your price range, I'm afraid.
Okay. And
There are
would
three
there be?
available bedrooms on that floor. Yes.
Well, I will tell her I'll arrange to, because first of all, when I drop the news, I want more people around because I want to be able to get reactions. So I'll ask her if she'd be so kind as to show us to our rooms, because I'm going to wait until everybody's out of sight and quiet, and I'm going to go check out Ola's suite.
Does Dam Oga have some friends here? We'd like to meet with them as well.
She goes, "Oh yes, yes, yes." And she points over into the lounge area where there are three young ladies. Well, I won't say young ladies because they're varying ages. Yeah, so basically, as far as you can tell at the moment, there appears to be a handful of German tourists who are loudly loudly uh, enjoying themselves at one side, at the far side of the lounge. Just in this corner here appears to be 3 women, dressed mostly in black, that seem to be quietly talking to themselves, and sort of you notice they did glance up at the door as you came in, and then every so often they seem to glance around the place, looking a bit concerned. And this person that greeted you, who she did introduce herself as Lisa, and she works here, and yeah, that seems to be everyone that you can see at the moment. Yes.
Well, once we realize they're right here, I'll say, now, if you don't mind arranging us a room, so I'd like to step over and talk to these other guests, and I'm going to go in there.
As you approach, the 3 ladies, as I say, the 3 ladies notice your approach, and yeah, and wait to see what happens next.
Well, I'm going to introduce myself, and I'm going to tell them Olga had sent for us, and on arrival, we stopped in here. She seems to not be present, but she'd indicated she had some friends here. I hope that you are them.
Indeed. So, from going left to right from the illustration, as it were. They seem slightly relieved when you explain that you came to help Olga. They look a bit confused when they don't see her with you, but they introduce themselves. The one on the left, she's a heavy-set woman with intense eyes, and they never seem to blink. She introduces herself as I can't pronounce it now. Melancholia. The one in the middle seems much smaller and younger than the other two. She's a short, stuttering woman who appears to blush quite easily. She's definitely the youngest of the three, and she introduces herself as Demonia. And the oldest of the three is the woman on the right. She seems to be having a faraway look for a few seconds, and then she's extremely thin with a hoarse voice and long black hair. Her eyes seem unfocused for a few moments, and then it comes back, and she introduces herself as Sanguina. Sanguina, yeah. And again, they ask if you're here. If you're here, they look confused because they said Olga went to fetch you an hour back, and yeah. Did
Do
you?
you have some place we could speak privately? I glance over at the tourist.
Let me just do that and that and that, and no, they are not hostile. Stupid combat tracker thinking they're hostile. They go, oh, maybe we should take you up to. Well, maybe we should take you up to our room, and they lead you up the spiral staircase and open a door into a room that's adjacent to the one you gather was Olga's suite. Okay, so I got anything about their room?
Yeah, the one that says Satan's Sisters on it.
I wouldn't worry about that.
Yeah, any more than I'd worry about names like Demonia, Melancholia, and Sanguina. Nothing weird about these three.
Not at all.
Once we're in a private place, I'm going to tell them that if they might want to get their coats and stuff, or I'll ask them first for a quick description of Olga.
Sorry, just checking something. I'm sure there was something here I was looking for, but no. Yeah. So they basically, obviously the description they give of Olga is makes you realise that they does match that of the body you found.
Well, then I will respond with, well, alas, I do believe Olga attempted to meet us, and I'll explain how we found her.
At which point they sort of look very shocked and horrified. Well, the youngest one looks the most shocked and horrified. Melancholia looks very crestfallen, and Sanguina again just seems to be sort of staring off somewhere else. You can't help but notice she seems to be muttering as if having a conversation.
Is there anything we can roll that would see if we can pick up on any of them trying to hide anything, or?
You certainly. Well, certainly, by all means. You could. Well, you could. But I'm not sure if there is really. They're definitely strange. Once they recover from that, they ask. Obviously, once they recover from the initial shock of what you described, they say, well, the youngest one looks at the other two and goes, what are we going to do now? And the other one goes, we will have to conclude the painting on our own.
Well, perhaps you should start with filling us in on why it was Olga requested help.
Interesting one because we're not entirely sure what was going on about. She just started getting more and more paranoid the longer we were here, and he definitely got the impression that she definitely thought there was something wrong, which obviously is the case given what's happened to her. But as I say, we're
What painting are you referring
can I have
to?
a notice check? Actually, sorry, this is a bit retroactive notice check. As you were leaving the lounge area, nearby to where they were, there was sort of sitting, but sort of back behind the area they were sitting in. There was, especially Rut noticed it. There was definitely a collection of. I've lost it again. Oh, damn it! I've lost it again. Oh, sorry. There was a collection. I've lost it. Oh, there it is. In the lounge, there was a selection of sort of stacked up oil paintings, on the ground. Right, your notice check. You're not sure. They didn't look too good, but anyway. But there seemed to be a select. Yeah, and up here, when you get up here, obviously, I'm not on the same notice check. You get the distinct impression all these beds have been pushed into this room together. It's a very cramped space with 3 beds in it. They explained that basically Olga insisted that that they would all the 3 of them should sleep together, and they basically stayed inside the hotel. So they explained that Olga and these 3 ladies are a group of artists that came to this area to paint all the beaches and everything else in all their winter glory.
Did she give you any indication as to what she was concerned about or who she might have been afraid of? What was going on with her?
No, definitely not. I got no idea. As I say, we've been going out and painting, and then basically we've been stuck inside this hotel for the last 10 days. And any time we wandered outside, Olga would frantically bring us back in. Have notice checks again, please. Yep, all seems fine. You notice the youngest one of the 3 isn't doing much of the talking. Most of the talking is being done by Melancholia, and obviously Sanguina every so often seems to phase out of the conversation and starts muttering something. Yeah, it's because we're not sure. I don't know if something happened or if we thought she might be going a little tainted in the head, but then obviously this has happened, so maybe she was right to be concerned after all.
Is there a way we can look at the paintings?
Oh, they're stacked up downstairs. You can certainly go and they're not in the room here. They're all downstairs, stacked up behind where they were. Obviously, also, if anyone feels inclined to check the door on Olga's room, depending on certain people, it might not be that locked, I suppose.
Well, Blenda has the skill set. First, she's going to ask them if they have the key to Olga's room.
Funny enough, actually, when asked, the youngest one says, "Oh yes, let me get it for you." And she, well, the other two gave her a dirty look. She goes, "Oh, but we're not allowed to let anyone in there." She snatches it back and holds it tight to her.
Well, Olga is not going to be making any objections, and we're intent on finding out what happened to her. So perhaps any clue would be within her room. The best thing you can do to help Olga at this point is to give us the key. Now, if your conscience really is that tender, you could just leave the key on the table, and, the fact that it comes up missing would not be your fault.
Because you get the impression the youngest one does seem to be the most shaken up, but under the steely-eyed gaze of the other two, she goes, "Olga wouldn't want anyone going in her room."
Well, I'm
Well,
going to give the guys a high sign to keep them talking. It's like, and I'm going to make an excuse. Well, I'm going to go check with the young lady who was to get our rooms ready and see if she has them yet. And you guys stay here and guard them, and I will go check how locked this room is.
Okay.
Locked.
and the doctor in me is going to try and take over and step in and do some counseling wherever I can and try and, I mean, obviously, if they were friends, they should be disturbed by this.
Indeed.
So I got to work on that
Indeed.
angle to keep them occupied.
Sanguina stops, look at one of her faraway looks, and goes, "The maid. It was the maid. He tells me it was the maid. After all, her mother hates the hotel, and she came and work here. Do you not find that suspicious? It was the maid that told you. The maid." And then she sort of shuts up again. Anyway, let's see whether the door's locked or not, shall we, Blender?
Do you need a thievery check or a notice check first?
Definitely a thievery check, because I'm sure most people would find that door. No, the door's not locked at all.
Oh, then I'm going to step in, and then I'm going to lock it from the inside.
Okay. This room, Olga's room, it contains 2 beds, a closet, a bookcase with a number of books upon its shelves, a desk covered with sheets of paper that appear to be maps and notes and other stuff. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, two beds, a closet, a bookcase, and a desk.
Well, I'm going to just give a glance at the bookcase to see what kind of stuff she reads. But I want to check the desk. Specifically, I'm going to start searching for a journal or a daily note keeper where she tracks her daily activities. Then if that doesn't turn up, I'll start reading through the papers individually and checking out the maps.
She's starting on the desk, yeah?
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Except for a quick glance to see what kind of titles are on the bookshelf. Since I'm looking for a journalist.
If you look at, so if you happen to notice that the 10 of the books, is it 10 of the books? Yeah, a bookcase with 10 or so books. Judging by the titles, they all appear to be occult volumes.
Yeah, well, I'll go see what particular type of occult after I check the desk, because I want something in her writing that might, a lot of people who are involved in something like this keep daily notes of anything they knew they might have learned, what they're involved in, what they're looking for. And if she's former Rippers, that would be kind of a habit to, note down your findings as you find them.
Okay, so one of the first things you notice, just trying to, I'm just looking, you may want to zoom this in yourself, because I do miss the old days where I could set the size of images. But yeah, you find an interesting hand-drawn map on the desk. Apparently, the just in case you're having fun and games with the handwriting, apparently it's a hand drawn map that shows well, something that appears to be called the Rooting Cave. In the margin, Olga has written "extremely charged with arcane potential," and then "portal to hell?" ?
Do I recognize it as any of these having correlation to somewhere here on the rock?
Well, I'm just wondering that myself.
There's some kind of road listed
I
there.
apparently closed that map.
There we go.
Yeah, but if it's just a small segment of them.
Oh, hang on. The scarp. There's the scarp, and the scarp is just look. There's that says the scarp, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And there's the scarp. And that road is that the Italian road? I think that's the Italian road, which is the the Italian road. That's the name of the road that's been built to take tourists up to along the beaches, and look, Italian road that takes you up to the lighthouse. I would say that's interesting. Though I can't actually see the road on the map, but there you go. So you get the distinct impression.
The scarp is just outside the village, so can we guess that?
Yeah, the Scarp is just outside the village, but the Skull Hill is way on the other side of on the other coast.
And this maybe covers a bigger area than we want.
Yeah, one or the other is not real accurate. Yes,
exactly. I would say the hand drawn one's probably less accurate, but who knows?
She might just had a crappy job with scale.
Indeed. At this point, Demonia, who's the young blonde one, she mentions she needs to just go somewhere, and she pops outside, sort of blushing slightly as she sort of heads down the stairs to the to somewhere else. You get the she's very embarrassed by everything, and so you get the impression she's off to powder her nose. She lets herself go. Meanwhile, Melancholia and Sanguina, they don't seem to be too interested in. They just seem to be very sort of not obstructive as such, but not really forthcoming or helpful in much ways to your attempts to sort of placate them or help them in any way. Actually, yeah. So she would have gone upstairs looking at the map. But anyway, I don't know. You go outside still. Then bathrooms were bathrooms back then. So yeah, they seem to be very hesitant at being very forthcoming. I'm afraid, Dorothea.
Can I use a healing roll, or is that
you're not? It's fairly. It's not really too. It's not too. It's not. You know what I mean? I wouldn't worry too much about it. It's more you get them feeling they're more being obstinate than anything else. Is the truth of the matter? Blender. So you found So let's have a look. On the desk is hand drawn map that shows the way into the Rooting Cave. Apparently, I'm not sure what the rest of the notes have on the desk, but I don't think they have any pertinent information or usefulness to anything here because they don't tell me what they say.
Okay, now I'm going to go back and look through the books on occult and see if there was any particular topic or if it's just kind of broad-based. And see if I recognize any of the books and what their significance would be.
Well, no, they just appear to be there's nothing really specific about they seem to be sort of generalistic in nature, covering a multitude of occult ideas and concepts.
Well, then I'm going to pause and look around the room, kind of searching out possible hiding places for something that she wouldn't want somebody to just casually run across. That would
Possibly the
include
closet.
things like the closet. Well, then I'm going to go check the closet. Also got an eye out for squeaky or loose floorboards, odd, maybe a crooked painting on the wall that's hiding something behind it, type of stuff.
Um,
You can tell Blenda's done some searches before, right?
yes, I just can't remember what I've lost. Hanging in the closet are 4 black hooded robes. There's a shelf with 2 black candles and 2 figurines, one depicting a horned, naked, and sexually aroused devil, the other a naked witch riding a stallion. There are also chalks of black, red, and white, glass bottles containing some kind of cloudy liquid, and 2 wands made of birchwood.
Well, I'm going to pocket the wands. I got big pockets in my hunting overcoat.
Mm-hmm.
Hunting overcoat. And because I can check them later, I'm going to open one of the vials and see what it smells like.
It doesn't smell of anything.
Well, I'm going to put that back for now. 4 hoods, but only 2 wands.
Yeah.
This has got Blenda doing all kinds of weird flashbacks here. Then she's going to put everything carefully back because she doesn't want to be too long.
Okay.
And she's going to, if that's anything that seems surfacely apparent, I'll check anything else, just like drawers opened or, any indication of something under the bed or.
Indeed. Which reminds me, I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to do that. And as you step outside, you put everything back, and as you step outside.
The wands, I kept the wands.
You kept the wands, yeah. As you step outside Olga's suite, the Lisa, the maid, comes up the stairs to and sees you there, smiles and says she's finished preparing the rooms and asks if she can help it. If there's anything else you need.
No, I'll get the keys from her, and while she's standing right there, I'll tap on the door, and let Rut and Dorothea know that our rooms are ready, and I'll, give them a look that in case we'd like to speak.
Well, you ladies
Oh,
have a good night.
I took the map too.
Yeah.
You ladies have a good night. We will perhaps talk more in the morning. And
Yeah, well,
Rut will go ahead and step out.
Yeah, well, because we're going to go and meet with the constable to, fill him in on
Well,
finding.
the constable's got to be sent for and got to arrive. So.
Well, that's, and if they wanted to go and see,
Indeed.
Olga for themselves, that they could stop by to see the chaplain in the morning and have him.
At least Lisa basically indicates that that bedroom, and that bedroom are your rooms, and after asking again if there's anything else you need.
I'm going to take I'm going to motion the guys to the ones furthest away from these two, because I want to talk in private, and I don't want them to have the ability to push their ear to the wall and hear.
No, Lisa, I think we have everything we need. Thank you.
She'll head back down the stairs. That case, the rooms, given how much they cost, it's quite. Where is it? I've lost it. I mean, the room does include food and lodging. The rooms are simple but well kept. Lisa does explain that food is served in the dining hall. The lounge is where basically people can relax, and obviously is basically the warmest part of the hotel at this time of the year. And yeah, she heads back downstairs again.
And in this room, is there a desk?
I don't believe so. No, probably not in the bedrooms. You've probably just got a bed and a closet, possibly a chair.
Okay, well, I'm going to go because the bed's still made up, and I'm going to lay the map and the two wands on the bed, and then I'm going to describe to them what I found. And I'm told her, and I'm sorry, Dorothea, maybe I should have also pocketed one of those potions. It might have been something you can identify if you want to wait until the entire hotel has settled down for the night. I can go back and get it. Or we can all go take a look if you prefer.
I will be willing to bet you that the three we've met tonight will not be sleeping all night. So working in Olgo's room right next to them, I'm sure they're going to hear us. It's really going to be hard to
Well,
do that
by
secretly.
myself, perhaps I could slip in and bring one to you. I already took the map and the wand, but I'm saying is who's going to complain? We're pretty sure Olga
Yeah.
isn't going to. But I'm going to ask Dorothea with her, knowledge, if there's anything she knows about the use of birch wands, if there's some stinks of witchcraft.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have an occult roll that I could do like this.
Go for it. Yeah, you get a feeling that the artists might be witches.
Kind of what I thought.
Okay, I'm going to do an occult roll to see if there's anything that I recognized as I was finding it.
No, but no, but obviously the rooting cave obviously has some significance to them, and that may well be what they're using as their focus of power or something along those lines.
Yeah, there's also a grove listed on here, which among a lot of, odd pagan belief systems, groves are really important. There's a few names on there that have me concerned about, Yeah, because there's an X where the cove is marked.
This is it. There, so I can read it if I need to.
You said that there were 2 black candles, 2 figurines, and what colors of chalk?
Black, red, and white.
Rod wants to think about the chalk a little bit and see if there's anything that he can recall regarding those.
He's rolled badly because I don't think he's mentioned.
Oh, yes, I did. You're welcome.
Well, that's unfortunate. Unfortunately, you cannot think of any significance whatsoever about the chalk. I don't think the adventure tells me either.
What about, because I was, trying to figure out or go through my memory and see if there's any significance to birch wands as opposed to, or if it was just something that was convenient.
Birch is obviously, I think, you'll find birch is very much sort of deemed sort of a good conductor of magic. I suspect you'll find. Really,
Birch has a straighter grain to it, and therefore the magic can flow without having to do strange and mistress things.
Oh, I like that. I'll give you that. I think it's. I think that sounds something that. Yeah, I agree.
Sounds convincing.
Sounds very convincing. I like it. Makes sense actually, if that's why they use birch, if it's got a straighter grain. Yeah. So there we go.
After a few hours of us discussing what we've got so far, I'm going to wait until I don't hear any more sounds of movement, and I'm going to slip back to her room and go back in to get one of those potions or liquids to have Dorothea take a look at it.
Okay, can I have a notice check, please? There seems to be arguing coming from the room as you pass it.
The sister's room?
The sister's room, yeah. You can hear Melancholia and Sanguina arguing and saying, "Where's? I mean, it's been hours. Josephine should be back by now. That doesn't take that long to powder your nose. She's run off, hasn't she? Josephine's gone and deserted us." And another voice goes, "Be quiet, Clara. The dark one, the dark one will protect us all. He tells me it is so. We are fine." And the other one
That
goes,
tells me that the youngest one. Wait.
and then the voice that says "Be quiet, Clara." You get the distinct impression that sounds like Sanguina saying that, and then you hear the voice of Melancholia going back. "Frida, sometimes I really worry about you. I know you like to believe it, but you do not talk to the devil." Which seems to shut them up. Which seems to shut up the one called Frida, or the one as you know, Sanguina. And they seem to be
So it's
quite
a little blonde that's not there that they think abandoned them.
You get the impression that Josephine must be Demona.
Okay, then I'm still gonna go ahead. I'm gonna note that in my head. I'm gonna go back to Olga's room and snag one of those potions, and then I'm gonna go back because they're right. If she hasn't been back since she left while we were still there, now I have some concerns that something might have happened to her. They might think she abandoned them, but. So, do I need to do more thievery rolls and make sure I get in and out of the room without getting caught?
No, well, no, I don't. Well, it depends. Did you lock it or?
Yeah, I locked it behind me.
Oh yeah, then in that case, I think we'll see if you do need to. Yeah.
Oh, I'm betting that. Good grief.
You obviously locked it up. You locked it good and proper, I'm afraid.
Not being able to defeat my own lock is not going to happen.
You finally realise what happened. It seems to be some rusty bits from the lockers blocking one of the sets, and you just pop it out, and you get the door open again without any problems.
So I'm going to go snag one of the potions, and then I'm going to go back out, and I'm going to again lock it behind me, and I'm going to head back for the other two. And I'm going to give the potion to Dorothea, and now I'm going to explain to him that I was coming by. The youngest sister, Melancholia, hasn't returned yet, and she's been gone for quite some time. The other two seem to think she's deserted them. Oh, by the way, they were calling themselves by entirely different names. I think we're looking for a girl named Josephina.
Somehow it doesn't surprise me. The names that they gave us originally sounded awfully concocted. I can't imagine parents giving their child the name Demonia or Sanguina
Or
Melancholia.
Melancholia.
For Blenda, who can't imagine anybody wanting to be a parent, just raises her eyebrows and shrugs. And with that, I'm gonna, because we haven't determined, but we've all got a key to a room. I'm gonna go back downstairs because I'm gonna see if the youngest one, that we know as Demonia is just gone down to the lounge or somewhere.
I'd also like to take a look through those paintings to see if there's anything in their subject matter or anything consistent amongst them that gives us some other clue.
Well, before we leave though, Dorothea, you want to take a look at this potion?
Yes, I will take a look at it. So,
let's have a science roll, please. Wow. Okay. Phobio, it's a completely odorous, cloudy liquid with the viscosity of water. After performing extensive tests, you come to the conclusion it's water with some herbs just sprinkled in it.
okay, so just herb water.
Basically, yeah.
No relevance.
No, but I mean, you thoroughly investigated it and tested for everything you could think of, and a bit put out at the end when you get the impression it was probably just
a cold cup of tea.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay.
Somebody was. Oh, we'll think about that. So I'm going downstairs to look for Josephina.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, the lounge is relatively empty now at this late hour. It's gone past midnight. As you come down the stairs, you see that obviously Lisa's obviously not sleeping well or something because she steps out of the staff room, and hovers, not disturbing you, but hovering as if you're needed. If you want to think, the lounge is empty. The fire is sort of dying down to embers, but the room is still nice and warm. And obviously the lanterns are still lit down here.
But no sign of Josephina.
No sign of Josephina or even Pomona. Can I have a common knowledge roll if you're examining the paintings?
Well, I was going to leave Dorothea and Root to examine the paintings.
Exactly.
I was going to go back out and speak to Lisa.
Okay. Dorothea, as far as you're concerned, and obviously common knowledge is just sort of based on your understanding of what's deemed good art and everything else like that. And obviously, we all know that can be slightly subjective. But in both Dorothea's and Rut's opinion, these ladies are very, very bad artists.
Okay.
They're sort of they're sort of almost, I suppose the nicest thing you could say about them is they're amateurish.
Okay. Primitive amateurs.
Indeed. Linda, Lisa looks up nervously as you approach, almost as if she's trying to hide the urge to sort of flinch away as you approach. She goes, can I help you at all?
I'm going to explain to her that the youngest sister had left the room quite some time ago, and as it was getting quite late, we were a bit concerned about her. She's seen her.
No, she says, no, I'm afraid I was attending to the other guests, and I'm afraid I haven't seen anyone.
Well, if someplace else on this floor she could be, sitting to be by herself for a bit. I understand the three of them share a room, and I roll my eyes about the two seemingly older sisters being a bit overbearing, and I could see why somebody'd seek respite from that.
She goes, well, I'm afraid I haven't seen. I was just doing my final rounds there. I've checked the dining room and checked the lounge, and I've been everywhere. I don't think she's down here at all.
Is there a third floor on here?
There is another floor. That's more guest rooms, I believe. That would be where the German guests are staying at the moment.
I'm gonna step out to the porch.
Mm-hmm.
Because, if she wants to get away from her sister, she might be willing to freeze out on the porch rather than be in that room.
Indeed.
I was going to say I'm going to look out the door and see if there's any footsteps in the snow.
Well, obviously the snow's been falling constantly, so outside of the porch area, no. But the porch area itself does appear to be empty as well. But I mean, by all means, you can make survival checks if you want to see if you can find any tracks of any description. My word.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
There's depressions here. While the track itself is obscured, the depression in the snow indicates that somebody went or something went through here.
Indeed. It looks like someone has left the hotel and headed in the direction you approached from, i.e. southwards.
Well, I'm going to let the others know that. Because that's what Blenda does. She's a hunter. And tell them I'm going to see how far I can follow these tracks, how long they...
Okay, you made such an amazing roll, so even with the fact that the snow has been falling almost constantly, after a while you come to the conclusion they're already set footprints out here, and judging from the route it's taking through the village, it seems to be heading directly towards the priest, the chapel. And can I have a notice check, please, as you reach the graveyard?
Here we go again.
Oh, look at that.
Rut would have gone with her just because that's kind of what Rut does.
No, that's absolutely fine.
Can't leave somebody as fragile as Blenda all unprotected.
As you pass by the graveyard, you notice that there seems to be a patch of snow that seems to be darker than the pristine white you'd expect to see elsewhere. And Rut, in fact, well, Blender as well, you both got the raise. What you do also notice is behind one of the gravestones, you can see a pair of feet. Booted feet.
I look at Rut and go, you want to take a bet on what we're going to find there? Or who we're going to find?
I was going to say 2 down, 2 to go.
So I'm going to go over and check out. Maybe she just decided to take a nap on a grave. I know people that strange. Not generally in the snow, but...
So basically, as you turn around the corner, I think you can guess what you're going to find there.
Yeah, we just found Josephina Demonia.
You did, I'm afraid, and she is in the same condition as that of Olga. Basically, seems to have been basically killed by a single wound, and it would appear that her entrails have been consumed.
Well, since this had to be within the past few hours and I was able to track her here, I'm going to look around and see if I can find tracks of anything leading to her away.
Okay, be my guest. Oh. Okay, you do find it's sort of frozen in the pools of blood in the snow. Some tracks. I'm just trying to think of. For you deduce that they are well, actually they do. You get the impression you have found an indication of tracks left by whatever killed Demona / Josephine. They appear to be cloven hooves, better known as trotters.
Can I see in which direction they came from or
no,
left?
Unfortunately, no. I'm afraid all you find is just some evidence around the kill. It appears that obviously during the feeding, it looks like obviously some sort of boar or pig killed.
So it's got 4
or
It's got
goat.
four or two.
Sorry?
Is it 4 hooves or 2?
4. Good question. Oh, I like that. Yeah. Yeah, something else is known for having cloven feet, isn't it? Yeah. 4.
And given, but that was my passing thought. Well, certainly Satan himself would not dare invade a churchyard. This is sanctified ground. So then I'll look closer and discover it's actually 4.
Yeah.
But especially a boar would consume the whole body. It would not, be so precise and specific.
Yeah, that's why I don't think this is a normal boar.
Oh, yeah, it's not just a natural beast. No.
Well, I'm going to pick up her body and we're going to go wake the chaplain up again.
No, I don't think we want to wake the chaplain up, but I do want to go ahead and see if you can open that door so we can just put the body in the chapel.
Okay, I'll do that then. I'll carry it up to the chapel and lay it on the porch for a minute. And how seriously locked is the chapel door?
Well, let's see how seriously it's locked. Looks like the chaplain
Not
forgot to
very.
lock it.
Careless.
Yeah, and we'll take her in and lay her next to Olga. With respect, I mean,
Yes.
arms crossed and what have you. And then, yeah, sign of the cross and time to go.
And indeed. Obviously, by the time you get back to the hotel, it is very much the early hours of the morning, and obviously, even Lisa at this point has probably gone to bed. So I'm afraid you'll probably, unless you are intending to start rousting people in the middle of the night, we may as well forward wind until the next day.
We gotta catch at least a couple hours sleep. We've been traveling all day, and
Exactly.
it's been a lot of exertion since. We haven't even had time to have a meal, really.
Well, indeed. Basically, the next morning finds Melancholia, Sanguina, Lisa, and the German tourists all as you awake. They're already down in having breakfast in the dining room, and the talk amongst the German tourists apparently is that someone in the town was saying that somebody was murdered last night, and the German tourists seemed most concerned by this, and that someone was set a message was sent, and the constable should be arriving later today.
I'm gonna ask Lisa if she's got a paper and pen or something that I can borrow.
Dorothea is actually able to translate what's being said. Blender, I forgot to give Blender a languages. That's interesting. But Dorothea's got languages. Dorothea speaks German, so she understands what's being said. Very much a case of basically, it would appear that the villagers are not happy and already beginning to blame the hotel and suspect that it may be one of the guests in the hotel that is behind the murders, because nothing like this has happened here since before the hotel turned up, and they were hounded. He was hounded back to the hotel basically by some angry villagers, and basically the implication being is when the constable gets here, blame will be firmly placed at anyone. So obviously someone staying in the hotel.
After she brings me the paper and whatever, I'm going to write a note to the sisters telling them that we found Josephina, and I'm going to address them by the names I overheard, not the ones they gave us.
Okay.
And I'm going to walk over here to the window to ostensibly to look out and see what kind of weather we have.
Mhm.
And as I walk past, I'm going to drop the note on the table, and then I'm going to return and have some breakfast because I'm like freaking starving.
As you can imagine, uh, Sanguina and Melancholia, or Frida and Clara, depending on which way you want to think of them, take this news very badly and don't finish their breakfast and rush back to their room, crying quite quickly.
I'm going to wait because they were quick to assume the little one had just abandoned them and didn't bother to go look for her themselves. I'm going to finish my breakfast.
Lisa seems to notice them going and running as they run off, and she looks back at you and looks back at them and then looks a bit concerned and carries on dealing with the guests.
While she's distracted by the Germans, I'm going to whisper to Rut and Dorothea that somebody needs to get down to the chaplain and alert him to where the other body came from before he sends for the constable. And one of us need to go talk to the sisters.
Well, I think the constable's already been sent for, but yes, I will go and talk to the chaplain.
Okay.
Since
He
he and
goes in
I
there and
seem to get
finds two
along.
bodies. When he left, there was one. Let's be fair here.
Oh yes, yes. But apparently he and I got along quite well, so
You
I will
did.
go and
So you'll go talk
talk
to the
to
chaplain.
him.
Okay. Which way do you want to go? Do you want to do the chaplain or the sisters first?
I'm going to go talk to. I thought we were going to split up, and they were going to go talk to one of them.
No, that's
No,
what I
we
meant.
are, but
There's
he
only
can
one of
only
me.
talk to one of us at a time.
Okay. That doesn't matter to me.
Okay. Right. You head through the village. You do notice some dirty looks coming your way as you're identified as an outsider and therefore probably staying at the hotel from some of the villagers. As you walk through the village, you get the impression the constable was sent for last night and is arriving this morning, later this morning. But you get to the chapel. Well, you get back down to the chapel, and you do find that the door is open. The chaplain does appear to be in there, looking quite shocked at the appearance of an additional body.
And I'll explain to him that Belinda and I were out for an evening constitutional and found this other person, surprisingly in the graveyard. I will let him know, yes, in the graveyard. And we thought it best to just go ahead and place the bodies next to each other. Didn't want to disturb him as it was rather late. And if he wants, I can show him where we found it, the disturbed snow and the darkened areas.
He says, "So, the Glowson has struck again. I saw it
Which
once. The night sound.
I missed that. The what has struck again?
The night I saw it. Wait, it sounded like he said the Glowson or Glosson. You're not sure. Glosson. I saw it once on the outskirts of the village. At the time I was convinced the creature had been sent from hell to punish us for its sins. I did some research in the personal library, and he says and I found some interesting things, but it's a Glowson. It's a giant sail with huge tusks, apparently, according to the notes. Eyes glowing like burning coals, and razor-sharp bristles on its back. Sparks fly from its hooves as it moves, and its grunts can often be heard from afar, except when it opts to sneak up upon a victim, before charging with such force that apparently the ground trembles beneath underfoot, according to descriptions. But I personally, I had my suspicions about Olga and her artist friends. I suspected they were up to no good. But it's a shame. It's a shame. But
So this beast apparently only attacks those with evil intent. Is that what you're saying?
no, I suspect. As I say, I originally expected it was a creature sent from hell to punish our sins. But given that the victims so far have been Olga and now this poor young this young lady here that was with Olga and the other two. I now know it's basically a feud between witches. I suspected that these ladies were witches, and now the two of them have died. I am convinced of it. Yep. The witches summoned the Glowson, and they're using it to steal the power of these witches.
So you're saying you believe there to be other witches living here?
What that I believe is, from what I understood, is exactly. That's interesting. Oh gosh, yeah, I'll give you the text version. He goes, well, yes, as I say. Yes, they'll use it to steal their power. That's what it does. Feasts upon the entrails to steal the power.
That is rather disturbing. Do you have any idea who these other witches might be?
Alas, no. I must admit, when I first saw it, I thought these three had summoned it, but now with their two bodies here, and obviously that Katrina has obviously been killed as well and not been found, I suspect there is some more witches or a powerful force controlling this creature and stealing their power.
And you said you first saw it when?
About 10 days ago on the outskirts of the village. He says, "Look, Alex, here," and he leads you back into his library and starts flicking through, and hands you some text. He appears to have copied out from a book. It's apparently, he explains, it was an excerpt from a diary he had. When my sister was found dead with her abdomen split open, I stopped being a child and became an adult. It was early in the New Year's Day, and my sister Elsie and the rest of us around the church, having heard that one could see the future by peeking through a keyhole, we were playing with forces we did not understand, and the unseen punishes the arrogant. As we approached the church door, our path was blocked by the biggest boar I've ever seen. Its eyes glow in the dark. Its back was covered with sharp bristles, and its mouth was equipped with massive tusks. Elsa grabbed the apple from the pocket and threw it to the ground, which made the beast forget us for a moment, and we were able to escape. But soon we heard his hooves thunder against the ground behind us. Suddenly Elsa, who had been running next to me, was no longer there. I stopped and saw her walk towards the great swine, and then I ran as fast as I could. She sacrificed herself so that we might live. For many years I've collected rumours and tales about this creature, whose name is the Glowson, or Glosson. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. It is said to seek out witches and those with the sight, devouring their innards to absorb their power. But I've heard people who escape that fate by distracting it with apples or nuts. Some say the creature can be controlled by a witch using a staff of linden wood. After what happened to my sister, I never go outside on a winter's night, nor do I let my children leave the house.
Very interesting. Apples or nuts, huh? Okay. Um, well, that is rather disturbing. You're right. It may be that there's somebody trying to control this thing and sending it against these ladies. Um, and 10 days ago is approximately the time we were asked to come and help uh, resolve the situation. So I find it interesting, the timing and everything. I thank you for your time. I apologize for the disturbing find this morning, but as I said, we figured it would be best to go ahead and just let you sleep. Um, it's my understanding that the constable has already been sent for, and he should be arriving just a couple of hours.
He thanks you and says, "In the meantime, I shall pray for the souls of this poor young lady. She may have been deluded in life, but that does not mean we cannot try to save her soul.
Yes, I think she may have been led astray by these other ladies based upon my little interaction with her.
And then we shall flit back to the second floor of the hotel where you're confronting the two young lady, not young ladies, the two other ladies who are in the room that happen to be labelled the Satan Sisters, which I noticed just in time to not be able to do anything about it. So, back to you. So, what do you want to ask them, if anything, Blender?
Now that they know that their sister was killed, I need to know what they were involved in that led to this.
They seem most reluctant to talk, but eventually, I think, knowing they can't get away with it, they eventually, and after being told what you said and everything, they explained that apparently they call themselves the Sisters of Satan. The four of them, they call themselves the Sisters of Satan, and they came to the hill to contact the devil and perform the rituals that would grant them riches. At which point, Sanguina, or I believe Frida, as she's really, no, I do not want to do that. I hate that button. I've clicked on images, that's why I got confused there. I always get the two bundled up. Yeah, Frida says, well, I communicate with the devil on a daily basis. I don't know what you're on about. The other one goes, the other one sort of has this side look, pained look upon her face again. But apparently they came to the hill to contact the devil and perform rituals. Olga found this cave where they performed several rituals, the rooting cave. But suddenly a terrible beast with glowing eyes and a great jaws appeared and drove them away. The sisters think that it's the devil who's punishing them for their arrogance. And now Olga and Josefina have been taken, so the final two are absolutely terrified.
I suggest they stay confined to their room and have their meals brought up to them, because this beast would probably have a difficulty getting to them here. Because I agree, but I'm suspecting that they've made themselves targets. Either they called up the beast, or somebody became aware of them and their power, and somebody who didn't like the whole new, women and men bathing together thing, had a vested interest in keeping this area what it's always been. So I think we need to talk to a lighthouse keeper. I'm not going to tell them that. I'll wait until I get with the others. But it could be that this individual has power, is seeking more, and kill two birds with one stone. He drives out something that he thinks is invading his domain.
Mm-hmm. In the meantime, what's Dorothea been up to?
Well, she's been mainly working. Excuse me. Sorry, something caught in my throat.
Okay.
It's okay, I'm alive still. Don't worry. Yeah, she's. Are there any other staff at all that I've seen in the hotel? Is it just Lisa?
Logically speaking, there are probably other staff, but Lisa's the only one that sort of interfaces on a regular basis in Katrina's absence, the hotel owner.
Okay, because I'm just going to basically work. Well, if then I will work on tourists if I find them. Anybody else here who's got anything, any clues or hints or suggestions of anything that may have happened? I'm just going to be searching around for anything else.
Must admit, I keep putting her in front of you. No one keeps questioning her, so I'll just. But by all means, after a while, basically you've tried to talk to other people. The Germans seem to keep much to themselves, but eventually you decide, seeing as no one's giving you anything, to ask Lisa some questions.
Okay.
And she basically says things have been much tougher since Katerina went missing 10 days ago after heading to the hill to look for her missing dog Costa. The villagers organised a search party, but her body's not been found. And Lisa thinks that Katerina's probably fell to her death in a ravine somewhere. She also goes that since Katerina's disappearance, Olga and the other artists have been especially nervous. They stopped painting and they stayed indoors and often look out at windows. At one point, one of them, the youngest one, went out to see the priest but came running back. And and basically Olga left at an hour before Stagecoach. She told you that one. She basically the only other thing you get out of her is basically the conflict surrounding the hotel and how the hotel has been a sore point amongst the village. But she actually went against her own mother to come and work here. Her mother Anna Svensson wants the hotel demolished and basically has disowned her daughter for working at the hotel. You notice there's a very sort of bit stubborn pride in her as she does the act of defying her mother. But,
What was the relationship between Katerina and the sisters like?
Well, they were paying guests.
Okay, but did they? I mean, they've been there for a while.
Yeah, no, they've obviously they're artists. Obviously, in the off season, Lisa was of the opinion, they were quite happy, and they seemed perfectly amiable guests. And Katerina, where is Katerina? She wasn't necessarily that nice a person, where is she? She goes. I mean, Katerina, she was a she never she'd been here for many years living in Skade, but she never lost her Stockholm accent, which made many people very hard to understand her. I could understand her, but the locals couldn't. She was tall and she had a deep voice, but she rarely smiled, and she did love a good conflict and challenge, and always getting what she wanted. She was very good at that. But she was a businesswoman through and through, and basically they at the end of the day they were business. So that's pretty much what it was.
So you never saw any other relation between them at all? It was always purely on a professional basis. There was no sense of conflict, or
no, not at all. No.
On the opposite side of that, an extra closer friendship or anything of that nature.
No, indeed not. No, nothing of the sort.
Okay. And Katarina, when she wasn't running the hotel, did she have any other interests or like personal things that you're aware of? Like, what did she do when she wasn't working?
Oh, she always worked. She business was her life. She was a bit arrogant. Although she did make me smile. She did have a saying that always made me smile. Hang on, I can get it right. Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Oh, hang on, that's not how you do it. That's how you do it in Swell, but that's how you do it in this. She said, I have huge respect for the country folk. Their ability to manage their daily activities, despite centuries of inbreeding, truly amazes me. That was her view of the locals, basically. Very much about the hotel, and that was it.
Okay.
Her only weakness was her dog, a poodle, which she spoiled rotten.
And where is that poodle now? Was it found, or
it's never
was
been
it
found?
also
No, it's never been found.
Okay. All right. Well, I can't think of any other questions at the moment.
Can we take a quick bio break right here?
Sounds good to me. We'll be right back. We'll have a quick bio break. I was just thinking the same thing. Be right back.
I'm back, or I didn't go this time.
Hang on, that's worrying. My headphones. Okay, I could see someone's talking, but my headphones aren't working. There we go. Let's try again. Hello.
I was just saying I'm back.
Yes, yeah. Funnily enough, I could see that Discord was registering input, but my headphones weren't picking it up. I somehow managed to turn them off. But there we go. Right. Just looking at the latest developer newsletter. So 5.4 is obviously, I didn't realize 5.4 rule set's been released. Arcane backgrounds, here we come. Actually, did that break anything for these? I forgot to check. I don't think any of you got arcane backgrounds, have you? You don't, but the other characters might. Astrid did. Yes, I must have fixed them last time. I can't remember. Yeah, good. Right. Oh, are we having fun yet?
I have a quick question for you, since you're such a Savage Worlds on Fantasy Grounds expert.
Yes.
Is there a fast way to bring forward, say, an older rule set into modern Suede rules from Classic to Unity? Like, I had all the Weird War sets in Classic and Unity. I don't want to rebuy them again.
You shouldn't have to. They should just work.
Okay. But I just find a lot of the information doesn't work anymore. Like a lot of the automation, and so you got to rebuild a lot of, whether it be items or talents or not talents, but edges.
Nothing should not work, if that makes sense. It might be out of date, but it should work. Is it Weird Wars 2 or Rome?
I've got both, but I just find that a lot of times when I open up an item from the rule set, there's just no description. So
there might not have been. I mean, there might never have been a description, if that makes sense. Especially if it's just gear example. So, like for example, if you go into like the AK-47 here, you'll have the stats. There won't be any notes. It's basically a lot of the time they don't give you descriptions. Basically, most of the gear equipment in Savage Worlds is just a table. You sometimes get a separate gear notes page, and then I will go through the gear notes and put the gear notes in the item. But if they don't have it, if they don't actually have any notes, there aren't any. You know what I mean? There aren't any notes to put in, if that makes sense.
Okay.
They should be completely blank though. Let's have a look. Store shop. Weird Wars. See what we get when I type that in. It's quite a lot actually. Who did all that? It wasn't me. Weird Wars 2. Okay, that's the code. I don't have access to it. We'll try and see what happens. Check out. There's the product code. Come on. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's downloaded that. It's just a theme, so I don't need to worry about that. Modules, probably the player's guide, isn't it? More than the GM's guide. So
yeah. Well, yeah.
WinZip. Wrong thing there. Let's try that again. There. I had to play a weirdwarsplayer.zip. Okay. Rename that to a .mod. Take that out of there. Go to modules, paste it in. Fire up Fantasy Grounds. Load. I got a suede one. I do have a suede one. Start it up. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. I don't want to screw things up for us here and hold things up. I just
waiting on the others.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm down.
Okay. I'll leave that.
I know this is your domain. That's why I asked you.
That's fine. Here we go. Library, just modules. Weird Wars 2 player guide. There we go. Ugh. Okay, Weird Wars 2 player guide. Obviously, it's the old style. It's not reference manual. We go down to equipment. You've got your basic equipment. You click on that, it still opens up. So there's your air crew survival kit. That's got some details on it. Bedroll. That's looking okay. I've literally what I literally did there is obviously, I basically looked up the project code for Weird Wars 2 from the store, which told me what I needed to download from from the to download the mod the files that get uploaded and made into modules. I've got access to that area, so I literally just downloaded that, made it into a module, dropped it into my modules folder, and launched it up in Unity. And definitely the equipment looks fine. So there isn't, as far as obviously I haven't done any more than literally just create a module and load it into Fantasy Grounds Unity, but it looks okay. But yeah, if you find anything very strange, obviously you're on the Discord. Just drop me a line there. I'll have a look. Now I've downloaded the modules.
Yeah. All right. Well, no, it wasn't. I'll find it again, and I'll give you some examples of what my challenges were. I'm not seeing them here right now. I've done the same thing because I've just loaded it, so I was able to load it anyway.
Yeah.
And it seems to have a lot of the descriptions, but I was missing. It was more on edges and
edges and stuff. Okay.
Yeah. So, but then again, some of them don't operate the same way in Suede as the original rule book wasn't Suede. It was Explorer's Edition. So so some of the edges aren't relevant anymore. But
no, but the way it should work is they should link, and where apart from if there's specific skills missing, you might be in a problem. But other than that, the link file might be broken because it was for a while. There is some code that's links the Suede back to the old Deluxe and Explorers.
Okay.
But yeah, if you find it, we'll have a look. I don't think the original developer's there, but we might be able to fix it anyway. Right. Anyway, previously on.
Thank you.
That's okay. Now I do believe at this point lots of places to go, so maybe it's time to annoy you by having well, at some point the constable's going to turn up, so it's whether you want to hang around for him or head on out is up to you guys, really, I suppose. What's your plans?
I think we can go ahead and go and talk to the lighthouse keeper. I mean, we don't need to accuse him of anything right away, but he might have some pertinent information.
It's a 5-kilometer walk through the snow to the lighthouse down the Italian road. That should be helpful, shouldn't it?
Of course, the other side of that coin is we're going to be going right past the cave.
That would be basically the whole day. Trust me, 5 kilometers in the snow is a long time, and you're not equipped for it.
Well, indeed. But obviously, I imagine you are, because obviously you're Scandinavian, so you know what the weather's like. And you knew you were heading out in the winter, so yeah, you'll be
skis. Do we have skis? Cross-country skis?
It seems reasonable that you can have
if,
some.
If not, we can get a hold of some skis here. I'm sure. Cross-country skis would be a lot easier than marching.
Indeed. But as Rut just pointed out, obviously, if you're heading down the lighthouse, down the Italian road, that takes you quite close to the cave.
Then we might want to take a look at the cavern on the way.
Righty ho.
Okay, sounds like to the cave it is then.
To the cave it is. Let's see what we shall see about the cave.
Didn't she say they had encountered, when I was talking to the sisters, didn't they say they had encountered that boar type creature here as well?
No, they haven't actually encountered it yet.
Something's going on.
I thought they had like seen it from afar type of thing and kind of freaked Oga out.
Now that is interesting. I think there's a map missing in this adventure. That's interesting. Just checking the original. Either there's a map missing, or I've somehow managed to break my fantasy grounds because it doesn't seem to be showing a lot of images at the moment. So I don't know what's going on there.
You know, you really need to stop breaking stuff.
Yeah, there is something fundamentally freaky going on right now. Ah, there we go. I clicked a button, didn't know existed.
Hate that when that happens.
There's a button that's on the image tab that says, "Oh," when you click on it once, it changes to shared, and so only which is nice because which is very useful because it shows me what I've shared with you guys. But if you don't realise that button's there, all of a sudden most of the images disappear because, of course, you don't share most of the images with the players. Namely, any from the from the rule books that the players have access to. So I got very confused there. Right, sorry about that. Yeah, I think Unity's just having a go at me because I complained about it the other day. Because I find it's a darn sight slower to make modules in than Classic was. Everything about it's just a bit slower, a bit more fiddly. But anyway, that's just me. Okay, so in the north part of the hill lies the rooting cave. There is a path leading to the cave, which is located deep down a ravine full of loose rocks, slippery ice and snow, and grasping branches. So that sounds like we should have some athletics checks to get you down there safely. Stupid good rolls.
Yeah, Belinda's like, oh man, I've rolled down hills steeper than this.
Exactly. Rat's obviously concerned about his shoes all the way down. That's the problem. So the entrance to the cave is about 1 meter in diameter. But the cave quickly opens into a tapered chamber. There are traces of fire and animal bone fragments, and the walls display symbols carved over what you suspect may be centuries. Which is rather fascinating, really. Even with the map from getting the cave through the snow is extremely slow. It takes several hours each way. You guys came up with skis, so you're laughing. There you go. I'm sure they think of skis as well. But anyway. Okay, so 1, 2. Yep. So entrance to the cave. Where's the combat tracker? Because I need that to find the party. Let's get rid of Melancholia. Let's get rid of Sanguina, and we'll put you outside the cave. All good stuff. And then see how quickly I can do this sort of thing. Because why not? there we go. Hopefully you can see the cave, and hopefully I haven't unlocked. I've unlocked tokens.
Oh, I think we found the use of the red, black, and white chalk.
I think you have.
Indeed.
I think you have. What I find really interesting is they put numbers on the map. They don't actually put numbers on the adventure, but that's fine. I would say at this point, if anyone wishes to examine the inscriptions on the wall and make an academics check.
I shall do so.
Blenda's going to look at him and kind of like...
Dorothea and Rat. Among other things, the things you note on the inscriptions of the wall, the rooting cave, the powers of the swine shall amass and consume the seeing. With linden and nut, the sow shall be mutt. That's interesting. I wonder if they've actually got those somewhere where I can put them in easier. Yes, I do have them here. So you can actually see them. I love the way it's... So that's one of them. And then it's another one. Apparently there's more, but these are the pertinent ones you've decided. How you decide they're pertinent, I'm not entirely sure, but that's the adventurers always seem to be able to do that. Have you noticed that?
Well, it's like whenever you're playing a video game and like that part glows.
Yes.
There's this whole wall of text, but those 3 words glow. Yeah. It's kind of like that.
Indeed, it's like that huge journal you found full of everyone's notes, and you basically. Oh God, I've got junk mails are coming in everywhere. Sorry, Michael, I didn't notice you. Yeah, little difference. Yeah, sorry, you're quite right. I'll deal with the junk. Delete that message and delete that message. I hate the fact these days, want to be famous? Just give us money and we'll send you fake followers. But anyway, that's by the by. Yes, indeed. So you found you believe you found the use of the red, white, and black chalk. Congratulations, and you found the inscriptions on the walls. Looks like the cave narrows again at the other end of it.
Do we see any linden staves lying about?
You do not, but in the centre of the room, I do find the pentagram drawn in chalk. There is a human skull with a hole drilled into the top of the head, where several incense sticks have been inserted, and a plate of what appears to be dried blood has been placed in the middle of the pentagram.
Well, if they haven't been out here in a week, the blood may not have been dry whenever they put it in there. So we'll just let that sit. Yeah, they were definitely trying to summon and or work with things that were beyond their ken.
Very much so. If Blender wants to make a survival roll, in fact, if anyone wants to make a survival roll, feel free to do so inside the cave.
Yeah, Rut's too busy trying to make sure he doesn't scuff his shoes.
Well, indeed. It's a bad way. They're in a bad way after traversing all that way through the snow anyway.
Blenda's like, oh, yay, it's snowing. Better, easier to find tracks generally in the snow.
Yep, you definitely find hoof tracks left by what seems to have been an extremely large pig in this cave.
Do they leave the cave or do they go deeper, like over here?
They appear to be leaving the cave, coming from where Rut is heading. And Rut, as you're looking down, you can see a wooden cage at the back of this cave.
I'll tell him to be cautious and point out the tracks to him. And I'll shoulder my rifle.
If it doesn't let you through, let me know. I'll adjust the walls slightly.
No, it'll let me through. I'm just not sure I want to get any closer. Belinda, this may be your area of expertise.
I like that.
I can move past him, right?
Oh, of course you can. Can I, if you're searching that area, can I have notice checks, please? No problems at all there. You basically, as you examine the area near the wooden cage, you find bits of torn rope, what looks to be like a cloth gag with dried saliva and blood on it. Judging by the thickness of the rope, it's probably suitable enough to bind a human's arms and legs inside the cage.
Is there any blood inside the cage?
Not that you can see, no. And the cage is open.
So someone was being held prisoner here. Is there any way to tell, how long it's been since someone was held here? Or rough guesstimate? Are we talking dust covered in years, or blood that's still drying, or freshly dried and within the past week or two?
You suspect probably the past week or two.
Perhaps our missing Katerina.
Good chance.
Searching about, do we find anything else of significance back here?
No, apparently that's all you find.
Going back to the main room, how fresh is this skull with the incense sticks?
Again, you probably reckon that's not been touched for a while.
Well, no, I mean more along the lines of, is this like maybe a month-old skull, or is it one that's been
Oh, I see
obviously?
what you mean. Oh, I'm not sure there's any easy way to tell, if we're honest about that one.
Medically, a newer skull, they would not have, because if it's within the past month, the flesh wouldn't have decayed off of it yet. They would have had to scrape it off.
Oh, they could have cleaned it off. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, boil it off is not a problem.
Yeah, I'm not. I can certainly tell you I have no information on the age of the skull. But my gut feeling is they probably brought it with them. I would say number two is the skull on the. I would say number one is obviously the pentagram, and number two is the skull on a spike.
And where's the dried blood in the dish?
In the middle of the pentagram.
The big red circle.
And does that appear to be like, the older it gets, the blacker it gets?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Let's have a healing check from Dorothea. She might be able to ascertain the age of everything.
Right? Or not.
Or not.
Just because I haven't yet done this today. Let's go like this.
Less than more than a week, less than 2 weeks.
Okay.
You reckon?
Probably just over a week old.
Probably at most 10 days.
How long has Katerina been missing?
11 days. So actually probably at most 11 days.
So consider they took the woman prisoner, and used her blood to call up some creature.
Mm-hmm.
There'd have to be other evidence of her body around here somewhere.
One would presume, but not necessarily here. It may be elsewhere. They may have already disposed of the body.
I'm gonna go back out to the front of the cave and see if I find any indication of. I saw the boar's tracks, right?
You did, leaving the cave, yeah. Coming from, basically sort of coming from the back and this way.
So I'm gonna look in both directions, see if I can see which direction those tracks went after leaving the cave.
Well, out here, I'm afraid you'll probably find it much, much harder with the amount of snow that's fallen in the last 10 days. Because obviously in the cave they were preserved. So, but by all means, you can give it a go. That's really interesting.
Now I'm not necessarily looking for tracks. I might be looking for bits of hair, traces of something left here bloody, then drips of.
Yeah. What you do find near the edge of the cave is stuff that seems to corroborate with the story that the Satan sisters gave you, in that they were chased out of this cave by a large pig. What you find is like a piece of torn black material, similar to those hooded robes you found in the hotel. You can see they ran out of here heading southwards, and the pig seems to have chased them and then stopped and headed northwards.
Well, if the others don't find anything else of interest here, I'm going to start moving off to the
Okay.
north.
Need to move
If
there.
the others don't.
Yeah, I think we're ready to move on.
Nope. I have no other thoughts. So
It's really interesting. Oh, I won't worry about that.
But I will always have my rifle ready to hand, my hunting rifle.
Okay. So you're going to are you continuing heading up towards the lighthouse, or are you? It's getting it'll be quite late in the day by the
Yeah.
time you get there.
Do we want to go on up to the lighthouse, or do we want to go back and talk to the constable?
Well, we probably should go talk to the constable because we found
yeah.
both bodies.
And he may
suggest
also
that
have
we don't discuss anything that we found here with anyone in the village yet, though.
Constable may have other resources available to him too. That might give us some other bits.
Okay, so you want to head back to town. Sounds good to me. Okay. Let me just finish drawing these red dots. Okay, red dots, red lines. Back to town it is. Okay. So as you head back to town, when you head back to the town, you notice the atmosphere in the whole place definitely seems a lot more tense. The constable has arrived, and there's a stagecoach. He seems to be, and apparently he's been aggressively interrogating everyone in the village, and he's now heading up. He's now headed up to the hotel, and is interrogating people up at the hotel. That seems to be the gossip you hear, which does quite quickly as you appear on the scene, as obviously outsiders and therefore possibly not to be trusted, as it were. but picks up again quite quickly just as soon as you head off. So you get to the hotel, and as stated, appears there seems to be some rather intensive questioning going on. One of the berating him more than questioning him. And Lisa seems to be hiding out of the way as much as possible. What, if anything, do you wish to do?
I will wave Lisa over and ask for some lunch.
I'm gonna go and check on the sisters too, because
certainly you go and check upon the sisters. Okay, sorry, I was just sorting out some lines of sight.
because well, I'm assuming that thing couldn't have got in here. You know, again, we're not dealing with something normal either.
No. Okay, I have managed to lose the map for the hotel, so give me a second. There's the hotel. Let's put you back in the hotel map, and then I need the combat tracker. That just give me. I've done it again. I've closed the wrong bloody map. I'm good at doing that today. If I double click on Blender, it will open up the hotel map. Useful trick that. And then I need. Yep. The sisters back on the map. There we go. They're hiding up in their room. You knock upon. Oops. You knock upon the door. And a voice comes from inside. Clara, is that you? What were the lights, Clara? What were the lights you saw outside?
And I'll go, no, it's Linda Lindbergh. I had introduced myself earlier.
You open the door and walk in. Sanguina, as she liked to call herself, or Frida, as you now know her to be, seems to be staring out the window. We saw strange lights outside, and Clara stared at them for longer than I, and then she said she needed to step out on the porch, and that was about 10 minutes ago. She hasn't returned.
I'm pretty sure I warned you to not leave this room. I'll go to the window. Show me where you saw those lights.
She points, and they appear to be indicating. Well, they're basically. She points out, and you can see that. You can see. This area is quite close to the wood, and she pointed to the edge of the trees.
Then I will tell her. I fear for your other sister. My warning was quite sincere. And as I'm leaving the room, I'll toss out to her that we found the cave and the cage and the skull and the blood and tracks, and she might want to be rethinking how much she's told us, but I'm going to go and see, because I suspect I already know what happened to her sister.
Okay.
So I'm going back down, and I'm going to stop in the dining room and let Rut and Dorothea know that I'm going to look for the second of the sisters.
Mm-hmm.
But what I expect is the third is going to be third bad news.
Indeed.
And head for the direction she told me that they saw the lights.
Do you want some company, or do you think you'll be okay?
Well, if all I'm going to do is find a body, I should be able to handle that. You might want to see if the constable's still in town.
The constable's actually here.
Oh, he's in the lounge questioning the German.
Oh, well, then I'm going to go and tap the constable and ask him to step out on the porch with me for a minute.
The constable goes, You will be one of these newcomers that arrived on the night of the first murder, and most of the villagers are saying, I should be most talking to.
Well, yeah, you probably should be talking to us, but not for the reasons I'm sure the villagers want you to believe. And I'm going to explain to them that the first woman that we found was the woman who was supposed to meet us at the station, and we found her when she didn't show up when we started in town. The second one was one of three sisters that we spoke to in that evening, and she, during the course of our conversation, had left and never returned. And given the circumstances of her friend's death, we felt it was prudent to go and see if we could find her, and we tracked her to the graveyard, and then we found her body. And I'm going to tell him, and now the third sister remaining upstairs, she told me about her sister left to investigate some lights by the edge of the forest about 10 minutes ago, after I clearly warned them to not leave that room for any reason. It's possible she was lured out, and I would, might be best if you accompany us to see what we find there, though. And I'm going to look at him point blank. Frankly, I expect to find the third or the second sister in the same condition as the other two, but I could be. I hope I'm wrong.
Yes, indeed. And I did just see the three of you enter, so that's not exactly an alibi, is it? If you found the other two bodies so far, I do believe that this is very suspicious. But lead on.
Constable, why would we be so forthcoming with you if we were the perpetrators? But I understand your concern. But come with me. I don't want to find. I want you to find this and see what we saw when we first find them. And this would have to be within the last 10 minutes.
Okay, so you
Which
head
means that
you
tracks we weren't able to find at previous sites because of several hours of snow might be more apparent here. And then I'm going to head out and let him follow me or not.
Okay, well you head out and you get to the area of trees that was indicated, and I think we all know what you're going to find there.
And once the constable sees it, I'm sure he's going to check the body. I'm going to confirm that
Well, actually,
it's.
once the constable sees it, the constable, sort of, for all intents and purposes, isn't going to be of much help for the rest of this section bit, as he's off being violently sick behind one of the trees at the moment.
Well, I'm going to confirm that it's the missing sister.
From the size of the body, you assume it is. Again, this
And
same as other times, appears to have basically been unfortunate enough to be split open and entrails are consumed.
did Root and Dorothea follow us? Because I'm looking around now for tracks, because this has been within the last 10 minutes. No amount of snow would have eradicated tracks in this amount of time.
I would have followed, just on the off chance that she was still alive. So
Yeah, if we find them quick enough, I'm somehow not thinking so. Yeah, you check and see if she's still alive. I'm going to be searching around for tracks.
Oh, she's most certainly not alive, which is probably a good thing, actually.
Why did it run a test roll?
Probably because you managed to target yourself.
that's impressive.
But I wouldn't worry about it. Yes, you definitely find some tracks that will give you an idea of somewhere you could head.
Well, I'm going to follow the tracks before they have time to become obscured.
Okey-dokey. I'm just trying to find. I thought I had a nice.
And I'll yell to the constable, I have found tracks here. You need to come and check them with us. Pull yourself together, man.
I'm sure he does, and he will definitely come with you.
You can clearly see the only tracks before we got here were from this whatever we're following.
Indeed. If I go up a level, I wonder if I can have a bit of fun here and see how quickly I can do this. That might work if I go and set its opacity down to about 100. Nah, it doesn't work at all. Sod it. We'll just have a green. We'll just have obviously the No, not a blizzard. But obviously the level of trees is very good, that you can't actually that the most of the sorry, what's the word I'm trying to write? The tree cover is very good, and therefore most of it although it would appear the snow hasn't really landed yet, it's just sitting on some of the trees. NPCs, there we go. Lose Sanguina, she should be there. Who isn't there out of the three of you, out of interest? I can't remember. I don't know what happened to the snow.
The constable isn't here with us, and we had called him.
Yeah, I don't have stats for the constable. That's interesting. The snow stopped working for me. Oh well. Oh, that's because I turned on line of sight by mistake. Are all three of you outside? I think so for East.
Yeah, we all went out.
That lovely snow scene with no snow on it. So, following the tracks,
all I'm seeing is a black screen.
Stupid lighting.
Now, Blenda was doing the tracking, so she'd be ahead of the group.
She certainly would. There we go. Okay, you turn. Okay, so what am I looking for? I am looking for one specific thing. Do that. No, I'm not, because that just puts it on the map. I should have done it onto the combat tracker. Ugh. Silly me. There we go. And then do that. Okay. Up ahead of you, heading towards the water, you see something. You see something, and I didn't actually put the description on it, so that's fair enough. Funnily enough, it's not in the graveyard, but that's what it looks like.
Oh, charming.
And about how big is this?
Man-sized.
Man-sized? That's big enough.
Yeah, big enough. Blender. Looks like you're going first.
Yeah, and we've already been warned this thing just kills, so I'm going to take a shot at it. I want to see how it...
You hit it. You shake it.
And then by that'll get the others' attention.
It certainly will. Unfortunately, it does unshake, which does mean it's a bit upset with you. And it comes charging right at you. And it basically comes charging up and attempts to bite you. Hitting. That's maybe it doesn't show you why it's strength's +3, but anyway, it really charges up and bites at you. Which you,
I'm going to keep the wound.
which I just realised it was a bite rather than it attacking you with its bristles, which is quite unpleasant, I have to say. Which I forgot to put on, but there we are. Basically, yeah, it charges up, bites. Basically, bites down on Glenda, who barely avoids the attack, but it does draw blood. Dorothea.
Okay, wow. I have not got anything to do for fighting. And we didn't bother to pick up nuts or apples, did we?
No, I don't believe you did.
We went and found out all these wonderful things that might be useful, but we didn't bother to bring any of them with us. I'm
Preparation's overrated anyhow.
so it appears.
Oh, I'm going to have to give you Benny's for amusing me now. The complete lack of preparation.
Holy water. This thing is demonic. Maybe holy water will help.
Yeah, well, it'd be great if we had it. Do you have it? I don't have it with me.
But I already took my action this round.
Yeah, I have nothing with me. I mean, even the other things I made, those are going to help us in other ways, but they're not going to help us for fighting purposes. They're more like defensive.
Actually, I remember because the showing my dice clashes with one of the extension, the fast test extension, or they gave us some sort of console error, so I had to turn the showing the dice off thing so you can't see it, but it doesn't do it anyway. But it was quite annoying there. What you were meant to see, what I was hoping it would do, but it did show it, is when the boar attacked Blender, it got a +3 damage bonus to its strength, and I was hoping it would show it up like it does for players, but it didn't. But basically, the modifiers for its strength are Josephine's entrails, Clara's entrails, and Olga's entrails.
Okay.
So every time it consumes someone magical, it gets bigger and stronger.
Oh, that's lovely to know.
And gets other benefits, but that doesn't matter right now. But anyway, Dorothea, you've got 6 seconds. Go.
Yeah. Okay, just to clarify from here, I do have lamp oil.
Yes.
If I were to toss it, am I making a significant chance of hitting Blenda?
Well, it will be. Well, you basically will say it's going to be I think we'll call it a small burst template because that looks a bit too big. That's a small burst template. So what you want to do is, your best bet is probably you do one yourself. So if you right mouse button, and I apologise if you know how to do this, up at 11 o'clock there's pointers, and then at 9 o'clock there'll be the option to draw a small burst template. That will then let you draw a small burst template, which you can then use the dot to position where you want it to land. And that will decide whether you hit Blender or not.
Oop.
That's fine.
Drag it. There we go.
So it's the little dot in the middle rather than the actual SPT you got to move these days. But so you just drag it like that, yeah. So if you want to pop it, that was me guessing you'd want to do something like that, but it's up to you.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so then what we'll do is for ease, I'll actually, although it's not actually there, but this is just because it makes life a dot site easier with ranged weapons. You're going to throw some lamp oil at Dorothea, not Dorothea, at the Glowson. So I've targeted it. So make your on the combat tab, make your attack roll.
It's athletics, is it not, for throwing?
Actually, make the roll of the D6 on the combat tab to the left of the word lamp oil, which will be your athletics, but that will then factor in all the lovely stuff like range and everything.
I'm sorry, where am I doing this?
Go to your combat tab.
Go to the combat tab.
Combat tab should have lamp oil on it.
As a weapon.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. Fair enough.
Okay, so what's going to... Oh, okay.
I'm going to bend it.
That's okay.
I'm going to bend it.
That's interesting, because that didn't... I've had this lately. It looks like athletic thrown weapons are a bit broken. So I've not been able to work out what it is, because it only seems to be certain athletics, because what's his face, his net never works, doesn't it? But yeah.
Well, I need one more Benny because I can't afford to have it end up on Blenda. That would not be good.
It's random where it goes.
I know, but with my luck, it will end up
it's
on
not
Blenda.
lit, and it's once the oil's on me, as long as I avoid fire, I'd be okay. Yeah. Because after you splash the oil on it,
so
then you have to follow up with fire on another.
The reason I wanted you to do it on that tab was because it should have factored in the fact it was at 5 would be medium range, so you actually need a 6. So it's going to deviate. It's going to deviate at 4 o'clock, which is about that way, isn't it? And you're throwing it medium range. So let's say it's D6 inches times 2. So it's actually going to deviate. I always thought it's ridiculous about it. It deviates that far, I'm afraid.
Okay.
So I've got to move things around it. So
Wind picked it up and carried it, didn't it?
Yeah, well, no,
The wind
Probably hit somebody and rolled off before it broke.
Yeah. Which
in the middle of
is
the fight.
unfortunate because obviously I know it's a small burst template, but if it had been a medium, or even then it wouldn't have got it. But unfortunately, you throw it, but unfortunately, it possibly bounced off the glow sword or off Blender as she's moving around, and I'm afraid it lands over there and sort of splatters the ground over there. But anyway.
It's no surprise.
Right.
It's not exactly my skill.
No, you're very much sort of patch people up, but also you've got lots of skills that you can use to test things with, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I got to come out and distract it somehow.
Yeah. Rat comes up.
Yeah, Red is going to come up and punch this thing.
Okay, go for it.
Good right hook. Wow. Got a pretty high number there. Let's go ahead and hold on.
Hang on a sec. Yep, go for it. So I just noticed the stats were slightly wrong. You still missed, but the stats were slightly wrong.
Yeah, I noticed I got double penalty on block, so.
Actually, you shouldn't have double penalty on block. Why did you get double penalty on block?
Well, I've got a block -1, and then he's got a block +1.
Oh, I know why, because he's got block, so it negates gang up bonus. That must be what it. So yeah, gang up is a block minus equals. Yeah, I think it's an interesting way of phrasing it.
Oh, I see. Block is reducing the gang up and giving a plus to the parry.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, I'm not going to be able to punch this thing too good. Next.
Okay. Looks like it's a new round with Blender, who is shaken, going first. But she does unshake.
Yeah, and she's too close to use her rifle. But she's going to reach in her backpack. Now, holy water is basically a thrown weapon, but I'm so close to him, I don't want to throw it. I just want to smash it across him.
Okay.
So, how would I do this?
I would say it's an improvised.
Sounds like a touch attack.
Yeah, improvised weapon attacks are just straightforward fighting roll. Because it's a touch attack, but at the same, just make a standard fighting roll against it.
Okay, I like that.
Okay, well, actually, I like the fact he treated it as a distraction, because the holy water doesn't seem to affect it too much. But basically, you smash the holy water into it, and although the holy water itself doesn't seem to affect it, the fact that it does seem to be very upset by the fact you've done that, and is distracted and vulnerable. Brings us to Dorothea.
Me again.
Wow.
Okay, can I guess try and use, this is obviously some sort of an occult creature. Can I use occult to try and figure out a way to distract it?
You certainly could. Although if we're going to better game it, having been distracted and made vulnerable by Blender, there isn't anything you can do test-wise to it other than shaking it.
Okay.
To do it. However, you could always support Rut, who's going next.
Yeah. Then I'll use my occult roll, I guess.
Yeah, or you can certainly use your medical knowledge. You can certainly use your medical knowledge to work out a good spot to possibly hit it.
Okay. All right. Then I will do that.
It's your call. So, any skill you can come up with a justifiable reason why you can use it. Basically, is
okay. So my knowledge of supernatural boar anatomy.
Yep. I mean, obviously, whichever. Yes, if your cult's better use that. If your healing's better use that. By all means, go for it. Here we go.
Yeah.
Well, don't worry about it being. You managed to target yourself. Oh no, because I targeted the boar last turn, so don't worry about that.
Hit it in the.
Wherever, yeah.
Put it in the second gallbladder.
That's a +2. You'll get a +2 support bonus, Rut.
Woohoo! Okay, let's try this again. Between being distracted and a good support roll, I'm actually hit.
Yes.
Oh, I'm going to hit it hard. Oh, good grief.
You literally just smack it exactly where Dorothea said to hit it. Causing a wound.
Nice.
Okay. The Glosen yelps in pain, remains shaken, so I'll spend one of its pennies to unshake. And then basically, in shock of the fact that you've stood up to it, legs it.
I'll take my free attack.
Be my guest. You hit. You wound it as it runs away. I will try soaking that one. Which fails because it's distracted. And having taken 2 wounds, it's legging it as fast as it can. Brings us to the 3rd round. With the Glosen go first. That's not good for you guys. Oh, it remains shaken, so it can't run. All it can do is move at its standard pace. Gets to there. Dorothea.
After it. Hang on a second. I have something that might be of some help to somebody here. Some of the stuff that we picked up. Adrenal acceleration. The character's pace is increased by +2, and his running die is increased to die type. So I'm going to flip. Who am I throwing that to?
Glenda ain't going after it. She's going to shoot it. She's got a hunting rifle on her, so she just needs to step where it's not. She's not got any obstruction.
Rut,
Probably Rut would be the one that would get the most benefit out of that.
Okay, so I'm going to toss it to Rut, and then I have to do Ripper Tech to see if it works. Is that the way it works?
Yes, modified by whatever the modifier it says it is in the top there, which you can jog down to the modifier box or just tell me what it is and roll it. It really doesn't matter how you want it to work.
I'll pop it in there. I put the -2 in. So.
Okay, so it's successful. Yeah. When you made that, it was very good. So that's pace +2 on. What was the pace +2? Did it say? And
pace
+2 and his running die is increased to die type.
Nice.
So you go. Yeah.
Don't get in my line of fire, Root. That does never go well for you.
Yeah, I know.
And then I'll make a standard move after it, expecting they're going to follow me.
I can never remember what the effect is. I can't remember. Where's the powers edge? Will tell me what I need to do. I can't remember how you increase the running die.
I think it's run +1D.
I think it is too. Let's put. I can't. I have a feeling it's running rather than run, but hash running -2. Maybe it's hash running +1 then. Hang on. Speed raise, double movement, ignore. Oh no, ignore running -2. Yeah, I think maybe it is run +1D. We'll try it. We'll see what happens. Nope. I think it might be running.
Put a space between the run and the plus.
Yep. Let's try that. And then you reckon it's run, don't you? No, it's still showing up as a D6. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. Where's a bees? Because that sets it to 1D. In the meantime...
Yeah, it gave me a +1, run +1, so give it run +1D.
Oh, idiot, that's what I'm doing wrong. Sorry, yes. Yeah, that did it. Run +1D. Yep. Okay, so Dorothea, you basically chase after it. And Rut, looks like you're running 11.
Good man. Well, you still won't catch it.
Yeah, but it's not getting too far away. We can at least figure out where it's holed up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because if it's bleeding, it'll make it easier to track.
Is the constable at least following us?
Oh yeah, I forgot about.
No, he's still back there throwing up.
Yeah, actually, I was going to kill the constable, but yeah, he's going to be back there throwing up. It's much easier. Blender.
I want to use a survival check.
Mhm.
I want to make a survival check to try and distract it or make it vulnerable.
Go for it.
Find a rock to throw at it or something silly. Yeah, that's not going to work.
Even with its penalty, I'm afraid that's fine. Blender.
Well, I'm going to move on an angle past. I need to move this way more to. I needed to move more straight out so I get a line of sight on him. And since I always have my rifle in hand.
You miss.
Oh no, I'll penny that.
I love. Would be nice if you. If I can't think of a way to do it, but it would be nice to have a Benny put one bullet back in your gun when you drop it on it.
Well, if you drop the Benny on the die roll, it does not spend the extra ammo.
Does
it
it
just
not?
does
I
the
did not know
reroll.
that. That's good. That's cool. I like it. Okay, your rifle hits it, but it doesn't appear to penetrate its tough hide. And it's going first. Okay. Going to have to Benny that. That's more like it. It disappears. And I do mean disappears, as in 1 second it was there, the next second it vanishes before your very eyes.
Did it I'm gonna go over and check around it, because even if it went invisible by some foul means, even invisible creatures would leave tracks. There's a difference between just
Especially
disappearing.
bleeding invisible creatures.
Yeah, so I'm gonna look to see if that's left traces behind where it went.
Be my guest. Just realised it wasn't shaken, so it actually got a raise at that point. Yep, you can follow it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna yell to ask Dorothea if she's got a bandage, because I've injured myself.
You're injured? Yeah, well, we'll deal with that.
Don't forget, it takes 10 minutes to patch you up.
Well, if I got tracking ability,
Use the grave essence. We've got the grave. Smear that on the wound and let's go. We don't want this thing to get too far ahead of us.
Grave brew? No, that's not it. Dreadful liniment?
That's
the one.
Yeah,
we want.
that one.
Dreadful
Yeah.
liniment. Yep. So just make a Ripper Tech roll and see how effective that one was when you made it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Not as
effective, I'm afraid. But you've got 2 of them, so you could always try the other one.
I'm going to throw the Benny at it first.
Okay, go for it.
Can I do that?
You certainly can. Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
I'll ignore the fact that you forgot the -2 because I didn't notice it until this second after I said it was fine. Therefore, it's fine. And it's a comp game. So, okay, and okay. So you basically Blender piles on the dreadful liniment and leads you. You track the creature.
Now, as we're tracking the creature, I'm going to notice the direction we're going. Are we moving towards the lighthouse?
Yes, you are.
I want to point out to them that, I not only do I now suspect that the creature is, being called by the lighthouse keeper, I'm beginning to form this weird idea that the boar is the lighthouse keeper.
I don't think it's that weird an idea.
Well, I mean,
I'll be honest. There for a while, I was suspecting Lisa.
Ooh, that's an interesting idea.
well, we're going to continue tracking it.
Okay. Oh, hang on. Let me just. I need to sort the grid out. Sorting the grid out. All the grids of these are way too big.
And I'm going to be paying particular attention to whether we ever stop tracking hoofs and it becomes footprints.
Yeah. Can I have another survival roll from you, please? Then. Okay.
I want to support that in case it's needed.
It was a +1. You're very close to the lighthouse when you lose tracks of it, as it seems to have crossed the stream, and you're not sure where it comes out the other side, I'm afraid. But you're that close to the lighthouse, and the light is poor. You think, well, based on what you think, well, maybe you think what you're thinking is.
Now, at this time of year, is the stream frozen over?
Thin ice.
Hmm.
And even if it was frozen over, that wouldn't necessarily leave enough marks for you to be able to see which way it went.
And you can still have open water depending on how fast flowing the stream is. I live on a river that doesn't freeze over completely at any point during the year, even when we get -30 temperature. So
I lived on a river, and this is one of the major rivers through my state that froze so solid one year that when spring thaw hit at the narrow choke point, the river behind it was starting to thaw, and the choke point didn't. So we had this nice little ice dam, right? Fortunately, I lived on a bluff about 30 feet, 40 feet higher than the river, but the other side of the river got flooded.
oh yeah, I've seen that.
Anyway, where were we? I'm there, and I haven't shared yet, which is fine. I need to turn on the line of sight. Obviously, you have this strange situation where the cellar is actually blocking the ground floor, but that can't be helped. There we go. Have I shared the map yet? I don't think I have I? There we go. That would help. Okay. Right. So basically, someone complained that they didn't like it being widescreen, so I changed the setting and it's made the text worse. So I'll have to change it again next week. Bloody hell. What's the plan, guys? You are approaching the lighthouse. I hope. Hello? Have I dropped? I'm paranoid now.
Yep, I'm here.
Sorry. I do need the lighthouse keeper.
Is this a window or a door that I'm walking up to?
Hopefully it's a door. Yes, because it's blocking line of sight, isn't it? So you can't see past it. The window's over there. I had to check because you think I'd remember because I've only just done it. Oh, I certainly shouldn't let you open the bloody door. It definitely should be closed. I do hate the way that I actually have to wait till I add you guys to the map before I can lock doors. So you get to the lighthouse. The door is locked in front of you. What do you want to do?
Before we try to enter, we lost the boar's tracks, but we know what they look like. And if it came to the lighthouse, I'm going to look around to see if I can pick up the tracks near the lighthouse or any other recent tracks that, like, within the few minutes we've been following it.
You don't find any tracks around the lighthouse that you can see.
Not human either?
No.
No indication that lighthouse keeper's been in or out?
No, not at all.
Okay. Rut's going to go ahead and circle around the building then a little bit, see if he can
Unlock tokens.
see another door.
Let me unlock tokens. You can move a bit more freely. Again, obviously, there is only a ground floor, but obviously being a lighthouse, there are upper floors that the map will have.
Hello, good sir.
Sitting at a desk, you can see who's sitting at the desk. In fact, there seems to be someone sitting at the desk. He looks like your typical lighthouse keeper, and he looks a bit stern at the same time.
The door got closed behind him, and I can't open it.
That's no business.
Oh, I'm looking through the window. I'm tapping on the window and talking to him.
You see, pretty much a stern-looking face with a pipe, like in the illustration there, and he seems to be like indicating to bugger off. He seems to be gesturing.
I'm going to keep tapping on the glass.
He mutters to himself. He mutters to himself. You see him throw back a rug, lift up a trapdoor, and appears to descend down the stairs.
Okay, Belinda, he's invited us to unlock his door and come in.
Well, I'm going to step up to the door and see if I can see if it's actually really locked.
Okay. It definitely was locked. It was definitely locked for. It was definitely locked for Rut, but obviously not for yourself.
He must have been mistaken in his anxiety.
I was just jammed a little bit.
So we have another door over here. And it's not locked. I'm going to step through.
Okay, as you open the door, you see climbing back up from the trapdoor beneath the rug, holding a large staff in his hand. And he appears to be most angry and saying, "You couldn't leave alone. Oh well." And he then basically raises the staff. He raises the staff above his head and says, "I summon thee." Okay, Blender, what do you want to do?
Well, I remember the story of the staff. I'm not giving him a chance to bring that monster back.
Okay.
So I'm going to shoot at him, at least to disable him.
Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't miss at this range. Well, that shook him up. And you guys will hear the gunshot, so.
Well,
You should
He's
come
got that staff thing when he yelled to use.
over to Dorothea.
Yes. I was afraid it was going to be me. This is a fight. I don't do very well at fights.
It's a bit tougher in a smaller party because, as I say, the character is very much designed to support a slightly larger party and be very good at all the puzzle solving stuff, which is quite a large part of the adventures.
Yeah. So I'm going to move to a position, hopefully, where I can see him, because right now, from where I am, I can't even see him.
As you move across, make a notice check.
Yeah. All right.
Because as you walked past the open doorway. No, that's fine. I wouldn't worry about it.
Okay. No problem. So I'm going to use persuasion to try and talk him down.
Okay.
Put that stuff down here. We're only here to speak.
Go for it. Make a persuasion skill roll. We'll treat this.
Oh, God. I'm
out
out of bennies.
You're out of bennies.
Okay. All right. Well,
I'm afraid. I'm sorry. That's very unfortunate. In fact, actually, I think the fact you're out of bennies is a good reason to give you a benny. While we're here, and we're near the end, so go for it.
I get another one?
If you want to try again, you can try again with your persuasion, yeah?
I will.
Oh, you got the 4? You got the 4. Oh, look at that. He fails his roll. Do you want to distract him or make him vulnerable?
I'm going to distract him, actually, hoping that it'll slow down his effort to summon his friend.
Indeed. And that brings us to Rut.
Who is going to move in? Looks like I'm going to have to run to get close enough. Oh, wait, no. I went too far, didn't I? Hold on. Undo that move.
I didn't mean to cancel the whole thing. I just meant to... Because I can't remember. There is a way to undo middle ones, isn't there? I'll say yes to there. That gets you 6 inches. Oh, that's all you need.
And I will try and punch the guy. No, I said I will try and punch the guy. Good grief.
Distracted, he's still good at parrying, it would appear.
Yeah, I guess he is going to parry it. Okay.
Okay. And then it comes down to him, and he's going to unshake, it would appear. He goes, "You godless sinners, why are you stopping why are you thwarting my plans? God himself has empowered me to defend the hill from evil and destruction, and yet I am beset upon by the soldiers of the devil time and time again." At which point he casts terror on you, which fails because he is distracted, but so that costs him 1 power point as he fails to cast terror upon you. Next round, Dorothea gets to go first.
Oh, of course.
No, Ruck got the Joker.
Oh, Ruck got the Joker. That means everyone gets bennies.
That's a good thing.
Rudd is going to look at the guy and say, "And the young girl you killed was on her way to the priest to absolve herself of her sins. So you have just committed murder." And I'll punch him again.
She was a witch. Go for it. The dice don't like you today. That's a hit. That's going to be a wound. I will spend his last penny to attempt to soak that wound. I spent a penny to get him up the combat tracker. He successfully takes that punch without much effect. Dorothea.
Yes, she was a witch, but she was trying to repent of her sins, and you took her life before she could.
I'm sorry, I cannot read these 2 adventure cards. They're just too small on my screen. Is there a way of enlarging the size of the adventure cards?
Mouse over, and you'll get a text in the window above it.
Someone's playing on a Mac.
It just says
I've just realised something here. Someone else was complaining about the size of the text. It's this theme. Everything's tiny. Right.
you're right.
Yeah.
You're right, but the adventure cards are so tiny. I would bet you this is font 1. It's so small.
Or if you double click on them, they get bigger as well. You actually get the image. Does that help?
It's not significantly bigger.
Okay. So Adrenaline Surge, you get an additional and immediate turn, including new movement. Extra effort.
Okay.
Play to add 1d6 to any trait roll. This roll may ace.
Okay. All right, then. Well, in that case, I'm going to once again use persuasion, but I will use the extra six-sided die with it if I can.
I have to remember when streaming with this theme not to basically use that
to try and
larger font one because it's fine on all the others.
I should roll the extra six-sider.
Sorry, I didn't do the extra. By all means, yes, go for it.
That helped so much. So
okay, so that's that was. Oh no, he got a 10, didn't he? So was that using extra effort? Was it?
That was using extra effort. Got me that 1 on the six-sided die.
Actually, look. When you actually spend the extra effort, it does actually roll the dice. So you got a 5, which makes it a 9, which still was just not enough to beat him, I'm afraid. But it did cause me a console error. Right, so basically, I've just realised that it's the actual themes. I really thought this was a pretty theme, but I'm going to have to stop using it because everything's too bloody small. Okay, the Lightkeeper gets to go next. Okay, he failed to cast a terror on Rut. He is basically going to swirl the linden staff around his head and attack Rut with it. Missing. Pace of 6 with 2 wounds, isn't it? Yes. It will have a reduced pace because of its injury. It's a 10. I don't care that it says 12 because it's got 2 wounds. It should have a pace of 8. It should have a pace of 6. Okay, Blender.
I want to step back here so I got a better range and I won't accidentally hit Rut. We gave you a chance to drop the staff. Now I think it's too late.
Okay, you. Oh, bloody hell. Okay.
Gave him a chance to drop the staff. Now I think it's too late.
Game over.
Well, that's okay. He drops to the ground. He collapses to the ground with yeah. The linden staff falls from his hand.
Oh,
burn that.
Next round, Rut.
Rut will pick up the linden staff.
Okay, Rut picks up the linden staff.
And then he will. Don't want to run? No, I don't want to run. He will then walk out to here, looking for the boar that he summoned.
Okay, so I'm just checking something. I'll be back. Okay. So yeah, that still doesn't work. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying something out in the background. I'll leave it at 120. Okay, you head back there. You may or may not see. Oh, you can't see it. That might explain why no one noticed it when I put it on the map earlier.
I can see it. In which case, I will point the staff at the pig and say, "Begone, foul beast!" Hope that works.
Can I have a cult rolls, please? I mean, it does start to move away as you do that. Okay. What are you going to... Okay, so basically you said you told it to be gone, so it does start backing off, which is fine. It won't attack you further. However, you can't, if the person owning the staff was controlling it, and unless you actually hang around to control it with the staff, it will carry on hunting down people with a sight and consuming their entrails. So what are you going to do?
I wonder if if the staff only controls it but doesn't give it life, then destroying the staff won't be enough.
Right. We've got to make it go away.
The occult role. Basically, from what you understand about things, is that the staff is what keeps it here as well.
So destroying the staff?
Yeah, might be worth trying.
Of course, if it doesn't work, we've lost control of it again.
Yeah, and then we'll just kill it. I mean, not a big deal.
Okay.
I can get to the door so I can see it.
Yeah. You can get to the door so you can see it. What do you want to do with the staff?
Well, while they're dealing with the staff, I'm going to make sure it don't try to come back towards us. I'm going to keep shooting at it.
Okay. You want to shoot it as it's running. It's walking away at the moment, but you can shoot it if you want to.
Don't care. We got to make sure it doesn't come back.
Okay.
We either have to destroy it or hope like hell the staff works. This is insurance.
Oh, it's not invisible anymore. Hang on a second. So that was a 7. That's a hit. You hit it.
I'll tiny at one time. We're almost done here.
Yep. You shake it. Dorothea.
All right. Well, just because it's what I have to do, I'm going to go and check on the downed lighthouse keeper and stabilize him at least.
Okay. Let's have a look at the lighthouse keeper, who I actually forgot to make a wildcard, but that doesn't matter. He has taken 3 wounds. He gets to make a vigor check. He is still alive, so you can stabilize him.
That's exactly what I'll do.
Okay. Brings us to the next round with Blender getting a Joker.
Well done. We need it.
As long as they're dealing with him, I'm going to keep trying to destroy this thing.
Okay. That's a hit. Roll the damage. You hit it again, but basically you shake it a second time, but it is hardy.
I can Benny the damage one time.
Go for it.
Oh, that was even worse.
The Gloson is unshaken. It continues to move away as ordered. Dorothea, you stabilize the lighthouse keeper.
Mm-hmm.
He's unconscious, but obviously not going to die.
Okay. He's unconscious, so he's not going to be of any help at all at the moment.
No.
So if he's, then I will just head back out into the I guess stair area.
Do you wish
tower area.
Do you wish to attempt to destroy the staff, or do you want to leave that to Rut?
Well, I thought Rut had the staff.
He does, but it doesn't mean you can't just grab it and try and smash it.
Seems a little bit extreme at this moment. I'll leave it to him.
That's fine. No, that's absolutely fine. Because all you know, he's secretly telling Rut to make power rolls to not be affected by things.
Rut is going to stick the staff through the stairs.
Yep.
And break it. Use the stairs as the leverage. He needs to break it.
Okay, just make a strength check. No problem at all. You cause the staff to shatter. Okay.
And then he'll poke his head out the door to see if the pig is still there.
The pig is not there. A woman appears to be standing there, clutching at her side, where she appears to be suffering some injuries.
Good God.
She collapses to the ground in pain.
What's happening here? To run.
Yep. I am going to unlock tokens because combat, for all intents and purposes, is over. I'm also going to turn off the walls because all that's going to do right now is limit your ability to move between floors if you want to.
All right, well, I'll go and see what I can do to help her.
Okay. Yep. You basically you'll be. It'll take you some time, but you'll be able to tend to her injuries and try and work out what's the hell going on. So basically, in the you've got it shows the staff there, but it's not there anymore. The trapdoor is the basement. It's hidden under the rug. There's a larder, a chair, a desk. There's a set of occult books. In a cage in the corner it appears to be a dog. It's a poodle. And on the ground there's a magic seal made from autumn apples. And basically that's where the staff was, but obviously right now it's not there because
It isn't.
But he isn't. No. Basically, congratulations! You appear to have solved everything. It turns out that you have saved Katerina Johansson from the evil fate that the lighthouse keeper had bestowed upon her, turning into an instrument of death and destruction using an old occult ritual he'd discovered that basically turned a unwilling individual into a creature of vengeance, a glowson, and you appear to save the day. Obviously, the constable when the constable finally traipses up here, he will take away the lighthouse keeper. The local villagers will be horrified and shocked because you interfering external people have stopped the hillman from protecting this area. This guy is completely delusional. He definitely believes he's basically been put here by God to defend the place. But funnily enough, actually, it would appear that over time, as people wonder and question everything, the level of magic goes down. It seems that the actual belief in the hillman himself is what powered the area. And by this time next year, all the occult symbols, everything will go. The one surviving sister of Satan gives up the life of witchcraft and leads a happy life. But in every way, you have, although you were unable to save Olga and two of Olga's friends, you have saved Katerina and reunited her with a pet poodle and stopped the suspicious murders in Mule. So congratulations. Hope you enjoyed that. No, I know I did.
And allowed the corruptness of intergender bathing to continue.
Well, yes, that is the slight problem. You may have that on your conscience for a while longer. I suspect as a doctor you don't see any problem with that at all. But other people may have slightly different moralities on it. But hope you hope you enjoyed that one. I'm not. I think I've booked in the next date. I'm just checking now. I've actually put it in forums. Can't remember what the date is. That will be.
I think it's the 13th. I think I saw.
I think it will be the 13th, isn't it? If I get done oh no, I made it Friday the 13th, which is wrong. It should be the 14th then. So I'll have to alter that in a minute. So it'll be Saturday the 14th of August. So let me delete that one and try again. It's what happens when you try and do stuff in your head instead of being on front of a computer. So that will be. I think that will be. Unfortunately, will be the last one of our little excursions into Rippersville, because after that I've run out of adventures. But that I can mash out of Vaesen. Obviously, we can always return later on. But also, I've got a great. I've also got a Pathfinder Savage Worlds adventure I want to do. That I've got some ideas for. So I'll have to make maps and stuff for that one, so I've got to look away for time for that. So thanks very much, guys. I'll be doing Sprawl Runners tomorrow if you're playing it or you want to watch it, and obviously Savage Pathfinder will be back on Tuesday. Hopefully, I'll have worked out what the scaling issues are, so text is readable in the stream again. Apparently, this theme's bugged that up, but. Thanks very much, guys. If anyone's got any questions or we want to have a look at that World War II, I've got a bit of time. If you have, if not, we'll do it another time. Thanks very much.
Okay, it's been fun, but I gotta run. I had something come up.
Yep, no worries. Take care.